Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear friends, participants of the Valdai Club meeting. We are starting the plenary session of the 21st annual meeting of the Valdai International Discussion Club. We have had 4 delightful and discussion-filled days, and now we can, so to speak, try to sum up some results. I invite the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, to the stage. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dear friends. I am very glad to welcome all of you at our traditional meeting, and immediately want to thank you for participating in the acute and informative discussions of the Valdai Club. We are meeting on the 7th of November. The date is significant for our country, and, one might say, for the whole world. The Russian Revolution of 1917, like the Dutch, English, and great French revolutions in their time, became to a certain extent milestones in the development of mankind, largely determined the course of history, the nature of politics, diplomacy, economics, and social structure. You and I have also entered an era of radical, in fact, revolutionary changes. Not only to comprehend, but also to be direct participants in the most complex processes of the first quarter of the 21st century. The Valdai Club, almost the same age as our century, is already 20 years old. In such cases, it is often said, by the way, that time flies imperceptibly, quickly, but in this case you can't say that. These 2 decades were not just saturated with the most important, sometimes dramatic events of a truly historic scale. Before our eyes, a completely new world order is being formed, unlike what we know from the past, for example, the Westphalian or Yalta system. New powers are rising. Peoples are becoming more and more aware of their interests, their self-worth, identity, and are insisting more and more firmly on achieving the goal of development and justice. At the same time, societies face a lot of new challenges, from exciting technological changes to catastrophic natural disasters, from blatant social stratification to mass migration waves and acute economic crises. Experts talk about the threats of new regional conflicts, global epidemics, complex and ambiguous ethical aspects of human and artificial intelligence interaction, how traditions and progress are combined with each other. We predicted some of these problems when we met earlier, even discussed them in detail when we met on Valdai, at the Valdai Club. And some intuitively only anticipated, hoping for the best, but not excluding the worst scenario. Something, on the contrary, came as a complete surprise to everyone. Indeed, the dynamics are very strong, unpredictable in the modern world, that's for sure. If we look back 20 years ago and assess the scale of changes, and then project these changes for the coming years, we can assume that the next 20 years will be no less, if not more difficult. And how much, of course, depends on many, many factors. In order to analyze them, try to predict something. I understand that you are going to the Valdai Club. In a sense, the moment of truth is coming. Before, the former structure of the world is gratuitously, irrevocably gone, one can say it has already gone. And a serious, irreconcilable struggle is unfolding for the formation of a new one. Irreconcilable, first of all, for the reason that this is not even a fight for power or for geopolitical influence. This is a clash of the very principles on which the relations of the country of peoples will be built at the next historical stage. It depends on its outcome, whether we can, together, jointly build a universe that will allow everyone to develop, resolve emerging contradictions on the basis of mutual respect for the culture of civilizations without coercion and the use of force. Finally, whether human society can remain a society with its ethical, humanistic principles, and a person can remain a person. It would seem that there is no alternative to this at first glance, but, unfortunately, there is. This is the plunge of humanity into the abyss of aggressive anarchy, internal and external splits, the loss of traditional values, new formats of tyranny, in fact, the rejection of the classical principles of democracy, basic rights and freedoms. Increasingly, democracy is being interpreted as the power of a minority rather than a majority. And even traditional democracy and people's power are being opposed to some abstract freedom for which democratic procedures, elections, majority opinion, freedom of speech and media disinterestedness, as some believe, can be neglected or sacrificed. The threat is the imposition of the transformation into the norm of totalitarian ideologies in their essence. What we see in the example of Western liberalism, today's Western liberalism, which has degenerated, I believe, into extreme intolerance and aggression towards any alternative, towards any sovereign and independent thought. And today it justifies neo-Nazism, terrorism, racism, and even mass genocide of the civilian population. Finally, these are international conflicts and clashes fraught with mutual destruction. After all, weapons capable of doing this exist and are constantly being improved, acquiring new forms as technology develops. And the club of owners of such weapons is expanding. And no one guarantees that in the event of an avalanche-like increase in threats and the final destruction of legal and moral norms, it will not be involved. I have already said that we have come to a dangerous line. The West's calls to inflict a strategic defeat on Russia in a country with the largest arsenal of nuclear weapons demonstrate the exorbitant adventurism of Western politicians. Well, some of them, anyway. Such blind faith in their own impunity, exclusivity can turn into a world tragedy. At the same time, the former hegemons, accustomed since colonial times to rule the world, are increasingly surprised to find that they are no longer obeyed. Attempts by force to retain the elusive power only lead to general instability and increased tension, to victims and destruction. This is the kind of result that those who want to preserve their absolute, undivided power strive for. Such attempts still do not ensure success because it is impossible to stop the course of history. Instead of realizing the futility of their aspirations, the objective nature of the changes, some Western elites seem ready to do anything to prevent the emergence of a new international system that meets the interests of the world majority. In the policy of the United States, for example, and its allies in recent years, the principle of "don't get anyone" is becoming more and more noticeable. If not with us, then against us. But listen, this formula, it is very dangerous, because we and in many countries of the world have such a saying. As it will be auctioned, so it will respond. Chaos, a systemic crisis, is already growing in the countries themselves that are trying to pursue such a policy. They themselves have claims to exclusivity, to liberal globalist Messianism, to ideological and military political monopoly, increasingly exhausting those countries that are trying to pursue such a policy, pushing the world to degradation, come into clear contradiction with the genuine interests of the peoples of the United States of America and European countries themselves. I am sure that sooner or later the West will understand this, because his past great achievements have always been based on a pragmatic, sober approach based on a very tough, sometimes cynical, but rational assessment of what is happening and his own capabilities. And in this regard, I want to emphasize again, unlike our opponents, Russia does not perceive Western civilization as an enemy. Don't we or they pose the question. Once again, whoever is not with us is against us. We never say that. We don't want to teach anyone anything, impose our worldview on anyone. Our position is open, and it is as follows. The West has accumulated really huge human, intellectual, cultural, and material resources, thanks to which it can successfully develop, remaining one of the most important elements of the world system, but precisely one of, on a par with other actively developing states and groups of countries. There can be no question of any hegemony in the new international environment. And when, let's say, Washington and other Western capitals will comprehend and recognize this irrefutable, immutable fact, the process of building a world system that meets the challenges of the future will finally enter a phase of genuine creation. God grant that this happens as soon as possible. This is in the common interests, including and above all of the West itself. In the meantime, we, all those who are interested in creating a just and lasting peace, have to spend too much effort on overcoming the destructive actions of our opponents who cling to their own monopoly. But it's obvious that this is happening. But everyone sees it in the West, in the East, in the South, everywhere they see it. They are trying to maintain power and monopoly. The obvious thing. These efforts could be directed with much greater benefit and impact to solving truly common problems that affect everyone. From problems of demography and social inequality to climate change, food security, medicine, and new technologies. That's what we should be thinking about, and what everyone really needs to work on, do everything. I will allow a few such philosophical digressions today. We have a discussion club, so I hope this will be in line with the discussions that have been going on here so far. I have already said that the world is changing dramatically and irreversibly. It differs from previous versions of the structure of the world system by a combination of the parallel existence of two seemingly mutually exclusive phenomena, rapidly growing conflict, fragmentation of the political, economic, legal field, on the one hand, and the continuing close interconnectedness of the entire world space on the other. This may be perceived as a kind of paradox, because we are used to the fact that the described trends usually just go one after another, replace each other, century after century. The epochs of conflicts and disconnection alternate with more favorable periods of interaction. This is the dynamics of historical development. It turns out that it doesn't work today. But let's try to speculate a little on this topic. Acute, principled, emotionally filled conflicts, of course, significantly complicate world development, but do not interrupt it. In place of the chains of interaction destroyed by political decisions, and even by military means, other, yes, much more complex, sometimes confusing, but preserving economic and social ties arise. We have seen this in the experience of recent years. More recently, the collective West, the so-called collective West, has made an unprecedented attempt to separate Russia from the world economic and political system. The volume of sanctions and punitive measures applied to our country has no analogues in history. Our opponents assumed that they would deal Russia a crushing knockout blow, from which it simply will not recover, will cease to be one of the key elements of international everyday life. I think there is no need to remind you what happened in reality. The very fact that the Jubilee Valdai gathered such a representative audience speaks for itself, I think. Well, it's not about Valdai, of course, it's about the realities in which we live, in which Russia exists. The world needs Russia. And no decisions of either Washington or Brussels, allegedly superiors over others, are able to change this. The same applies to other solutions. Even a trained swimmer does not swim against a powerful current, no matter what tricks, and even doping he does not use. And the current of world politics is directed by Meister in the other direction, in contrast to the aspiration of the West, from a descending hegemonic world to an ascending diversity. This is an obvious thing. As our people say, you don't need to go to your grandmother. It's obvious. Let's go back to the dialectic of history. Changing eras of conflict and cooperation. Has the world really become such that this theory, this practice no longer works? Let's try to look at what is happening today from a slightly different angle. And what exactly is the conflict, and who is involved in it, in this conflict of today? Since the middle of the last century, when modern efforts, and at the cost of huge losses, succeeded in defeating Nazism, the most malicious, aggressive ideology, which became the product of the most acute contradictions of the first half of the 20th century. Humanity faced the task of avoiding the revival of such a phenomenon and the repetition of world wars. Despite all the zigzags and local skirmishes, the general vector was determined then. This is a radical rejection of all forms of racism, the destruction of the classical colonial system, and the expansion of the number of full participants in international politics. The demand for openness, democracy of the international system, it was obvious. The rapid development of different countries and regions, the emergence of new technological and socioeconomic approaches, aimed at expanding development opportunities and improving well-being. Of course, like any historical process, this generated a clash of interests. But, I repeat, there was a general desire to harmonize development in all aspects of this concept. Our country, at that time the Soviet Union, made a great contribution to strengthening this trend. The USSR helped states that were freed from colonial or neo-colonial dependence, be it Africa, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, or Latin America. And I would like to remind you separately that it was the Soviet Union in the mid-80s of the last century that called for the end of ideological confrontation, for overcoming the legacy of the Cold War, in fact, for ending the Cold War itself, and then for overcoming its legacy, those barriers that hindered the unity of the world, and its comprehensive development. Yes, we have a difficult attitude to that period, but, considering what the course of the then political leadership of the country eventually resulted in, we still have to cope with some tragic consequences. But the impulse itself, I want to emphasize this, the impulse itself, albeit unjustifiably idealistic, on the part of our leaders, well, and our people. Sometimes even a naive approach, as we see it today, was undoubtedly dictated by sincere wishes for peace and the common good, which in fact is historically inherent in the character of our people, its traditions, and the system of values of spiritual and moral coordinates. But why did such aspirations lead to the opposite results? Here's the question. We know the answer. I have repeatedly mentioned this in one way or another, because the other side of the ideological confrontation perceived the historical events taking place not as a chance to rebuild the world on new just principles, but as its triumph, victory, as the capitulation of our country to the West, and therefore, as an opportunity to establish its own complete dominance by right of the winner. I have already talked about this once, but now just casually, I won't name names, but in the mid-90s, in the late 90s. And even from one of the then-us politicians, it sounded. Now we will treat Russia not as a defeated enemy, but as a blunt instrument in our hands. That's what guided them. There was not enough breadth of view, no general culture, no political culture, a lack of understanding of what is happening, and ignorance of Russia, in how the West misinterpreted what it considered to be the results of the Cold War, how it began to reshape the world for itself. His shameless and unprecedented geopolitical greed. These are the true origins of the conflicts of our historical era, starting with the tragedy of Yugoslavia, Iraq, Syria, and today Ukraine, and the Middle East. Western? It seemed to some Western elites that the monopoly that had come, their monopoly, the moment of unipolarity in the ideological, economic, political, and even partly in the military strategic sense, was the destination station. That's it, we've arrived. Stop for a moment. And fine. How presumptuously it was announced then, almost the end of the story. There is no need to explain to this audience how short-sighted and erroneous this judgment turned out to be. The story did not end, on the contrary, but simply entered a new phase. And it's not that some malicious enemies, competitors, subversive elements prevented the West from establishing its system of world power. Let's be honest, after the disappearance of the Soviet model, of the Soviet socialist model, the model of the Soviet socialist alternative in general, it seemed to many in the world at first that the monopoly system came for a long time, almost forever, and you just need to adapt to it. But it staggered on its own, itself under the weight of the ambitions and greed of these Western elites. And when they saw that even within the framework of the system that they created for themselves after the Second World War, of course, we must admit that the winners created this Yalta system for themselves. And then, after the Cold War, the alleged winners in the Cold War began to create for themselves, correcting this Yalta system. That's the problem. Well, so, which they created for themselves, with their own hands, quite others are beginning to succeed and lead. That's what they saw. The system was created, and suddenly there are other leaders within this system. There, of course, they immediately undertook to adjust this system, created by housing for themselves, and began to violate the same rules that they talked about yesterday, to change the rules they themselves had established. So what kind of conflict are we seeing today? I am convinced that this is not a conflict between everyone and everyone, caused by a deviation from certain rules, which we are often told about in the West. Not at all. We see a conflict between the overwhelming part of the world's population, which wants to live and develop in an interconnected world of a huge number of opportunities, and the world minority, which is concerned only with one thing, as I have already said, maintaining its dominance. And for this, it is ready to destroy the achievements that have become the result of a long development in the direction of a universal world system. But from this, as we see, nothing happens. And nothing will work out. At the same time, the West itself is hypocritically trying to convince us all that what humanity sought after the Second World War is under threat. Nothing like that. I just mentioned it now. Both Russia and the vast majority of countries are striving to strengthen the spirit of international progress and the desire for lasting peace, which formed the core of development in the middle of the last century. And under threat is actually quite another. Under threat is precisely the monopoly of the West, which arose after the collapse of the Soviet Union, acquired by it for some time at the end of the 20th century. But I want to say it again, and everyone here in this hall understands that any monopoly, as we know from history, ends sooner or later. There can be no illusions here, and monopoly is always a harmful thing, even for the monopolists themselves. The policy of the elites of the collective West is influential, but according to the number of participants of a very limited club, it is aimed not forward, not at creation, but back at retention. Any sports fan, not to mention professionals, football, hockey, in any kind of martial arts, knows that playing on hold almost always leads to defeat. Returning to the dialectic of history, we can say that the parallel existence of conflict and the destruction of harmony is, of course, unstable. The contradiction of the epoch must sooner or later be resolved by synthesis, by transition to another quality. And when entering this new phase of development, building a new world architecture, it is important for all of us not to repeat the mistakes of the end of the last century. Then, as I have already said, the West tried to impose on everyone its deeply, in my opinion, vicious, fraught with new conflicts, model of withdrawal from the Cold War. In the emerging multipolar world, there should be no losing nations, no one should feel slighted and humiliated. Only then will we be able to provide truly long-term conditions for universal, fair and secure development. The desire for cooperation and interaction is already, without a doubt, gaining the upper hand, overcoming the most acute situations. We can safely say that this is the international mainstream, the mainstream of events. Of course, being in the epicenter of tectonic shifts caused by profound changes in the world system, it is difficult to predict the future. And since we know the general direction of changes from hegemony to a complex world of multilateral cooperation, we can try to outline at least some of the coming contours. Speaking at the Valdai Forum last year, I took the liberty of setting out 6 principles that, in our opinion, should be the basis for relations at a new historical stage of development. The events and time that have taken place, in my opinion, have only confirmed both the fairness and the validity of the highlighted proposals. I'll try to develop them. Openness of interaction is the most important value for the vast majority of countries and peoples. Attempts to erect artificial barriers are vicious, not only because they hinder normal and beneficial economic development for everyone. Staying connected, interrupting ties is especially dangerous in conditions of natural disasters, sociopolitical upheavals, without which, alas, international practice cannot do. Situations like the one that happened last year after the catastrophic earthquake in Asia Minor are unacceptable. For example, solely for political reasons, the provision of assistance to the people of Syria was blocked. Some areas that were severely affected by the impact of the elements. And such examples, when selfish, opportunistic interests hinder the realization of the common good, are not at all isolated. The barrier-free environment, which I spoke about last year, is a guarantee not only of economic prosperity, but also of meeting acute humanitarian needs. And in the face of new challenges, including the latest consequences of the rapid development of technology, it is simply vital for humanity to combine intellectual efforts. It is significant that the main opponents of openness today are those who, quite recently, just recently, yesterday, as they say, most of all raised it on the shield. Today, the same forces and people are trying to use restrictions as a tool of pressure on dissidents. Nothing will come of it for the same reason. The huge world majority is for openness without politicization. Second, we have always talked about the diversity of the world as a prerequisite for its sustainability. It may seem like a paradox. The faster it is, the more difficult it is to build a unified picture. And, of course, universal norms seem to help here. Can they do it? There is no dispute. It's difficult, not easy to do. But, first of all, there should not be a situation when the model of one country, or a relatively small part of humanity, takes on something universal and is imposed on everyone else. And secondly, it is impossible to take any conditional, even a completely democratically developed code, once and for all, to prescribe it as a directive, as an indisputable truth to others. The international community is a living organism, which values uniqueness in its civilizational diversity. International law is a product of agreements not even of countries, but of peoples. After all, legal awareness is an integral and original part of every culture, every civilization. The crisis of international law that is being talked about now is, in a sense, a crisis of growth, the rise of peoples and cultures that used to remain on the political periphery for one reason or another, means that their own distinctive ideas about law and justice are playing an increasingly significant role. They are different, not at all different. This may give the impression of discord and cacophony of some kind, but this is only the first stage of formation. And I am convinced that the new device is possible only on the principles of polyphony, harmonious sound of all musical themes. If you like, we are moving towards a world order not so much polycentric as polyphonic, in which all voices are heard, and, most importantly, should be heard. Those who are used to and want to solo exclusively will have to get used to the new world score. I have already said this after the end of the Second World War. What is international law after World War II? The basis of international law is the Eustafon, which was written by the winning countries. But the world is changing. Of course, new centers of power are emerging, powerful ones, economies are growing, coming out on top. But, of course, it is necessary that the legal regulation also changes. Of course, it must be done carefully, but it is inevitable. Law reflects life, not the other way around. In the third, we have repeatedly said that the new world can develop successfully only on the principles of maximum representativeness. The experience of the last couple of decades has clearly demonstrated what patterning in someone's desire to appropriate the right to speak and act on behalf of others leads to. Those who are commonly called great powers are accustomed to believe that they have the right to determine what is the interest of others. Here's an interesting movie. In fact, dictate to others their national interests based on their own. This not only violates the principle of democracy and justice. The worst thing is that this, in fact, does not really allow us to solve pressing problems. The coming world will not be simple precisely because of its diversity. The more full-fledged participants in the process, the more difficult it is, of course, to find the optimal option that suits everyone. But when it is found, there is hope that the solution will be sustainable and long-term. And it also means getting rid of it. It allows you to get rid of tyranny and impulsive shying away, and, on the contrary, make political processes meaningful, irrational, guided by the principle of reasonable sufficiency. So, by and large, this principle is also laid down in the UN Charter, and this principle is in the Security Council. What is the right of veto? The right of veto, what was it invented for? So that they pass decisions that do not suit the players in the international arena. Is it good or bad? But it's probably bad for someone that one of the parties puts up a barrier when making decisions. But it is good in the sense that decisions that do not suit someone do not pass. What does this mean? Does this tell the norm about what? Go to the meeting room and negotiate. That's the point. But as the world becomes multipolar, it is necessary to find such tools that would allow expanding the use and mechanisms of this kind. In each particular case, the solution should not just be collective, but include the composition of participants who are able to make a meaningful and significant contribution to the settlement of problems. These are, first of all, those participants who are directly interested in finding a positive way out of the situation, because their future, security, and therefore prosperity really depend on it. There are countless examples of how complex, but in fact resolvable contradictions of neighboring countries and peoples, turned into irreconcilable chronic conflicts due to intrigues and gross interference of external forces, which in principle do not care what happens to the participants of these conflicts, how much blood will be shed, how many victims they will suffer. They are simply guided. Those who interfere from the outside are guided by their exclusively selfish interests, while not taking on any responsibility. I also believe that regional organizations will play a special role in the future because the neighboring countries, no matter how difficult the relations between them are, always share a common interest in stability and security. Compromises are simply vital for them to achieve optimal conditions for their own development. Next, the key principle is safety for everyone without exception. The security of some cannot be ensured at the expense of the security of others. But I'm not saying anything new here, it's all spelled out in the OS documents. It's just necessary that they are executed. The bloc approach of the legacy of the colonial era of the Cold War contradicts the nature of the new international system. Open and flexible. There is only one bloc left in the world today, welded together by the so-called binding, rigid ideological dogmas and clichés. This is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which, without stopping its expansion to the east of Europe, is now trying to extend its approaches to other areas of the world, violating its own statutory documents. This is just a blatant anachronism. We have repeatedly talked about the destructive role that NATO continued to play, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, when, it would seem, the alliance lost the formal, previously declared reason and meaning of its existence. It seems to me that the United States understood that this tool was becoming unattractive, unnecessary, and they needed it for. He was and is needed today in order to lead in his zone of influence. Therefore, conflicts are needed. You know, even before all the acute conflicts of today, many European leaders told me, "Nothing they scare us with you. We are not afraid, we are not here, we do not see any threats." This is direct speech, you know. But I think that in the States, they understood it perfectly, felt it. They themselves have already treated NATO as a secondary organization of some kind. Believe me, I know what I'm saying. But still, the experts there understood that NATO needed something, but how to preserve its value and attractiveness. But you need to scare them properly. Need to Russia, Europe to break with each other, especially in Russia, Germany, France. Conflicts. So they brought it to a coup in Ukraine and to the fighting in the southeast in the Donbass. They just forced us to take retaliatory actions. In this sense, we have achieved what we wanted. The same thing is happening in Asia, on the Korean peninsula, it seems to me. In fact, we see that the world minority, while preserving and strengthening its military bloc, hopes to retain power in this way. However, even within this bloc itself, it is already possible to clearly understand and see that the cruel dictate of the elder brother does not contribute in any way to solving the tasks facing everyone. Moreover, such aspirations are clearly contrary to the interests of the rest of the world. To cooperate with those with whom it is profitable, to establish partnership with everyone who is interested in it, is an obvious priority of most countries of the planet. It is obvious that military political ideological blocs are another kind of obstacles erected in the way of the natural development of such an international system. At the same time, I note that the very concept of a zero-sum game, when only one wins and everyone else loses, is a product of Western political thought. During the dominance of the West, this approach was imposed on everyone, as I would say, universal. It is far from universal and works forever. For example, Eastern philosophy, and many here in this room know this firsthand, no worse, and maybe even better than me, is built on a completely different approach. This is a search for harmony of interest, so that everyone can achieve the most important thing for themselves, but not to the detriment of the interests of others. I win, but you win too. And the Russian people have always been in Russia. All the peoples of Russia have always, as far as possible, proceeded, when it was possible, from the fact that the main thing is not to push their opinion by any means and means, but to try to convince, to interest in honest partnership and equal interaction. Our history, including the history of domestic diplomacy, has repeatedly shown what honor, nobility, peacemaking, and condescension mean. It is enough to recall the role of Russia in the structure of Europe after the era of the Napoleonic troops. I know that to a certain extent, this is seen as debauchery, as an attempt to retain the monarchy, and so on. That's not the point right now. I'm talking in general about the approach to how these issues were resolved. The prototype of the new free and non-block nature of relations between states and peoples is the community that is being formed now, within the framework of BRICS. This, among other things, clearly illustrates the fact that even among NATO members there are those, as you know, who are interested in working closely with BRICS. I do not rule out that in the future other states are thinking about working closely together with BRICS. Our country chaired the association this year, and most recently, as you know, a summit was held in Kazan. I will not hide the fact that developing a coordinated approach of many countries, whose interests do not always coincide in everything, is not an easy task. The diplomat and other statesmen had to make every effort to actually show the ability to hear, listen to each other, in order to achieve the desired result. It took a lot of effort, but this is how a unique spirit of cooperation is born. It is based not on coercion, but on mutual understanding. And we are sure that BRICS gives everyone a good example of truly constructive cooperation in the new international environment. I would like to add that the BRICS platforms, meetings of entrepreneurs, scientists, intellectuals of our countries, can become a space for a deep philosophical, fundamental understanding of modern processes of world development, taking into account the peculiarities of each civilization with its culture, history, and identity of traditions. The spirit of respect and consideration of interests are based on this, and the future system of Eurasian security, which is beginning to take shape on our vast continent, is based on this. And this is not only a truly multilateral approach, but also a multifaceted one. After all, security today is a complex concept that includes not only military-political aspects. Security is impossible without guarantees of socio-economic development and ensuring the sustainability of states. In the face of any challenges, from natural to man-made, whether it is the material or digital world, cyberspace, and so on. Fifth, justice for everyone. Inequality is a real scourge of the modern world. Within countries, inequality generates social tension and political instability. On the world stage, the gap in the level of development between the golden billion and the rest of humanity is fraught not only with the growth of political contradictions, but above all with the deepening of the migration problem. Almost all developed countries of the planet are facing an increasingly less controlled influx of those who hope to improve their financial situation in this way, increase their social status, gain prospects, and sometimes just survive. In turn, this migration element provokes the growth of xenophobia, intolerance towards newcomers in richer societies, which triggers a spiral of socio-political distress, increases the level of aggression. The lag of many countries and societies in terms of socio-economic development is a complex phenomenon. There is, of course, no magic cure for this disease. We need long-term systematic work. But, in any case, it is necessary to create conditions in which artificial, politically motivated obstacles to development will be removed. Attempts to use the economy as a weapon, no matter who it is directed against, hit everyone, first of all the most vulnerable, people and countries in need of support. We are convinced that such problems as food and energy security, access to health and education services, and finally, the possibility of legal and obstructive movement of people should be put out of the brackets of any conflicts and contradictions. These are basic human rights. Sixth, we never tire of emphasizing that any stable international order can be based only on the principles of sovereign equality. Yes, the whole country has different potential, this is obvious, and their opportunities are far from the same. In this regard, we often hear that full equality is impossible, utopian, and illusory. But the peculiarity of the modern world, which is closely connected and integral, is precisely that the state is not the most powerful, The big ones often play an even greater role than the giants, if only because they are able to use their human, intellectual, natural and ecological potential more rationally and purposefully. Flexibly and intelligently, they approach the solution of complex issues, set high standards in the quality of life, ethics, management efficiency, and creating opportunities for self-realization for everyone. Formation of conditions for a favorable psychological atmosphere in society for the rise of science, entrepreneurship, art, creativity, and the disclosure of the talent of young people. All of this is becoming factors of global influence today. To paraphrase the laws of physics, losing in the sense that you can win in performance. The most harmful, destructive thing that manifests itself in today's world is arrogance, an attitude of condescension towards someone, a desire to teach endlessly and obsessively. Russia has never done this, it is not peculiar to it. And we see that our approach is productive. Historical experience shows irrefutably. Inequality, whether in society, the state, or in the international arena, necessarily leads to bad consequences. I want to add to the above, which I may not have mentioned often before, for several centuries, some clichés, stereotypes, a kind of hierarchy have developed in the Western-centric world. A developed world, a progressive humanity, and a kind of universal civilization that everyone should strive for. But there are backward, uncivilized peoples, barbarians. Their business is to listen implicitly to what they are told from the outside, and act on the instructions of those who supposedly stand above these peoples of the civilizational hierarchy. It is clear that such a shell is for a crude colonial approach for the exploitation of the world majority. But the trouble is that it is, in fact, the Russian ideology that has taken root in the minds of so many. And this is also a serious mental obstacle to the overall harmonious development. The modern world does not tolerate not only arrogance, but also deafness to the peculiarities of the identity of others. In order to build a normal relationship, you need to first of all listen to the interlocutor, understand his logic, uncultured basis, and not attribute to him what you think about him yourself. Otherwise, communication turns into an exchange of stamps, into labeling, and politics in the conversations of the deaf. You understand, of course, but we see that they show interest in some original cultures of various peoples. Outwardly, everything is beautiful. Both music and folklore seem to rise. But, in fact, economic and security policy, it remains the same, not about colonial. Look at how the World Trade Organization works. It doesn't solve anything, because all Western countries and major economies are blocking everything. Everything is only in their own interests to renew and constantly replicate the same thing that was decades and centuries before. Keep everyone in line, that's all. We must not forget that everyone is equal in the sense that everyone has the right to their own vision, which is neither better nor worse than others. It's just its own. You don't really have to respect that. It is on this basis that mutual understanding of interest, respect, empathy is formulated, that is, the ability to empathize, feel the problems of others, the ability to perceive someone else's point of view and arguments. And not only perceive it, but also act in accordance with it, build your own policy in accordance with it. To perceive does not mean to accept and agree in everything. This, of course, is true. This, first of all, means recognizing the interlocutor's right to his own worldview. In fact, this is the first necessary step to begin to find harmony of these worldviews. Difference, diversity, must be learned to perceive as wealth and opportunities, and not as a reason for conflict. This is also the dialectic of history. We understand that the era of cardinal transformations is a time of inevitable upheavals, unfortunately, a clash of interests, a kind of new lapping to each other. At the same time, the connectedness of the world does not necessarily mitigate the contradiction. Of course, this is also a right, and it can, on the contrary, sometimes burden, make relationships even more confusing. Finding a way out is much more difficult. Over a century of its history, humanity has become accustomed to the fact that the ultimate way to resolve contradictions is to clarify relations with the help of force. This also happens. Whoever is stronger is right. And this principle also works. Yes, it happens quite often. Countries have to defend their interests by armed means, defend them by all available means. But the modern world is complex and complex. It's getting harder and harder. Solving one problem, the use of force creates, of course, others, often even more severe. And we also understand this. Our country has never acted and does not initiate the use of force. We have to do this only when it becomes clear that the opponent behaves aggressively, does not perceive any, absolutely no arguments. And when it is necessary, of course, we will take all measures to protect Russia and every citizen of it. And we will always achieve our goals. The world is not linear at all and is internally heterogeneous. We have always understood and understand this. I would not like to indulge in memories today, but I remember well how in 99th year he headed the government well, and then became the head of state. What we faced then. I think that Russian citizens and experts who are in this room also remember very well what forces were behind the terrorists in the North Caucasus, from where and in what amounts they received weapons, money, moral, political, ideological, and information support. It's even funny to remember. And it's sad and funny how we say, well, this is Al-Qaeda. It seems that Al-Qaeda is generally bad. But when it fights against you, well, nothing. Well, what is it? Here. That's all this leads to a conflict. Then we set a goal for ourselves all the time, as long as we are allowed. We use all our forces to preserve the country. So, of course, it was in the interests of all the peoples of Russia. Despite the difficult economic situation after the crisis of the 98th year and the devastation in the army, it is necessary to say this directly. We all together, it was the whole country that repelled the terrorist attack and then defeated them. Why did I remember that? Because again, who had the idea that the world would be better without Russia? Then they tried to finish with Russia and destroy everything that remained after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And now it seems someone is dreaming about it too. To think that the world will be more obedient, will be better managed. But Russia has repeatedly stopped those who were striving for world domination, no matter who did it. It will continue to be so. And the world won't get any better. Those who are trying to do this should eventually understand it. It will only be more difficult. Our opponents are finding new ways, tools, trying to get rid of us. Now Ukraine is being used as such a tool. Ukrainians who are simply cynically trained on Russians, turning them, in fact, into cannon fodder. And all this to the accompaniment of a conversation about the European choice. Another election for yourself. We definitely don't need that. We will protect ourselves, our people, let no one have any illusions about this. But Russia's role, of course, is not limited to this, in order only to protect and preserve itself. It may sound a little pathetic, but the very existence of Russia is a guarantee that the world will retain its multicolor, diversity, complexity, and this is the key to successful development. And now I can tell you that these are not my words. Our friends from all regions of the world often tell me this very much. I'm not exaggerating anything. I repeat, we do not impose anything on anyone, and we will never do it. We don't need it ourselves, no one needs it. We are guided by our values, interests, and ideas about what is due, which are rooted in our identity, and history and culture. And, of course, we are always ready for a constructive dialogue with everyone. After all, those who respect their culture and traditions have no right not to treat others with the same respect. And those who try to force others to behave inappropriately invariably trample their own roots, their civilization and culture into the mud, which we partly observe. Today, Russia is fighting for its freedom, for its rights, for its sovereignty. I say this without exaggeration, because over the previous decades, everything seemed to look so favorable and decent. They made an 8 out of a 7. Well, thank you, we were invited. Do you know what was going on? I've seen it. You arrive at the same 8. But it became clear that before the meeting in the framework of the 8, the 7 had already gathered and discussed something among themselves, including with regard to Russia. And then they invite Russia. Well, that's how you look at it. You looked at it with a smile. But in practice, they hug you so beautifully and pat you on the shoulder, but in practice they do it the other way around. And all of that. And they all come, and they come, and they come. This looks most visibly in the context of NATO's expansion to the east. They promised they wouldn't, and they keep doing it. They keep doing it. You know, in the end, for us in the Caucasus, and this missile defense system. That's it. On any key issue, they just didn't care about our opinion. And in the end, all of this together began to look like some kind of creeping intervention, which, without any exaggeration, would be aimed at some kind of belittling, or better yet at destroying the country either from within or from outside. We finally got to Ukraine. They got in there with bases and with NATO. But 2008 year, we made a decision in Bucharest to accept, to open the doors for Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO. From what? Excuse me for the simplicity of expression. From what fright? What kind of difficulties were there, or what, in world affairs? Well, yes, we argued there with Ukraine on gas prices there, and that's it. Well, everything was decided anyway. What's the problem? Why was it necessary to do this? Create conditions for conflict. It was clear what this would lead to. No, it's still further, and further, and further development of our historical territories has gone. Support is clearly a regime with a clearly neo-Nazi bias. Therefore, we can safely say and repeat, we are not fighting only for our freedom, not for our rights, not only for our sovereignty, but we are defending universal rights and freedoms, the possibility for the existence and development of the absolute majority of states. In this, to a certain extent, we see the mission of our country. It should be clear to everyone. It is useless to put pressure on us, but to negotiate with full consideration of mutual legitimate interests. We are always ready for this. We have called and call on all participants in international communication. And then there is no doubt that the future guests of the Valdai Club meeting today may be school children, students, graduate students, or young scientists, aspiring experts in the next 20 years, on the eve of the United Nations centenary. We'll discuss much more optimistic and life-affirming stories than those that we have to discuss today. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Vladimir Vladimirovich, for such an extensive, voluminous description of both the world and Russian views on it. Of course, we are especially pleased that last year you outlined the basic principles with us, and this time you have developed them. It seems to me that this is already beginning to pull on such a doctrine. Valdai, of course, does not pretend to be called by our name, but it is nice that she is born here. Vladimir Vladimirovich, we discussed many of the topics that you touched upon, of course, at this 21st conference. And I would like to share with you we would all like to share some conclusions that were not at all sessions, of course, because there were a lot of them. Nevertheless, on those that seem to us the most important, this is also the topic that you mentioned. I would like to ask our longtime participant, colleague, and well-known Ruslan Yunusov to start. He participated in our session about, artificial intelligence is the most fashionable. Good evening, Vladimir Vladimirovich. Indeed, we discussed what you touched upon in today's speech, the topic of artificial intelligence. There was a separate session at our conference. It was called Artificial Intelligence, Revolutions or Fashion. But before I turn to the results of this session, I would like to emphasize such a unique fact that happened this year. 2 Nobel Prizes were awarded at once for achievements in artificial intelligence. This is a prize in physics and chemistry at the same time. This has never happened. And should I emphasize that there is a revolution in the field of artificial intelligence? Probably more likely yes than no, although the Nobel Committee is often guided by fashion in making its decisions. Well, turning to the topic of our discussion, the Valdai Discussion, I will emphasize several aspects that we discussed. We started with the question that worries many. But will artificial intelligence come and replace a person or not? And especially in those areas where a creative approach is required, for example, the science of art. And what do we see in science today? Indeed, artificial intelligence has already entered the scientific process. Many achievements have been achieved thanks to and with the help of artificial intelligence. But at the same time, we also see that the displacement of a person does not occur from the scientific process. Rather, progress itself is accelerating, and new personnel, qualified young guys, are needed even more. So we don't see any risk here yet. We also discussed aspects of the economics of artificial intelligence. At one time, during the COVID in about the 20th year, there were expectations that the way out of the global recession would be provided primarily by a driver, such a driver as artificial intelligence. So we were discussing whether the predictions came true or not. Yes, of course, artificial intelligence has already begun to be introduced into the economy, into different sectors of the economy. But if you look at the figures, it turns out that those very optimistic expectations have not come true. It turned out to be a little more conservative for today. Moreover, these expectations continue to exist today, and we see the formation of bubbles in the investment market, which threatens to have negative economic effects in the future. Although artificial intelligence itself as a technology, it seems, will continue to develop, and there will be the foundations of the economy. Again, we discussed security issues. Today, it should be noted that extremist organizations are using artificial intelligence technologies with might and main when recruiting new members, or in broader aspects of propaganda. Fake news, videos, they are now the standard tool of such groups. But on the other hand, there is also the use of artificial intelligence in counterterrorism, in counter-extremist activities, when it is possible to identify these most extremist elements in society, but moreover, it is possible to influence the doubting part of society and turn it away from these steps, so that it does not go over to the side of extremism. And it works too. When we discussed what the balance is, which is more positive or negative, it seems that there are still more positive phenomena of artificial intelligence in the field of security, and I would like this balance to continue to be on the positive side. And, of course, it is impossible not to discuss the political issues of artificial intelligence at the Valdai Forum. And there were studies that showed when we are not us, when researchers conducted basic models of artificial intelligence, a generative model, through testing for political views, it turned out that artificial intelligence is not neutral. It is not neutral. His political views are strongly skewed towards left liberalism and are largely related to the views of their creators. And moreover, in the last couple of years, we have seen that artificial intelligence training is carried out with the help of synthetic data more than from actual real material. And it also contributes to the fact that the views of these models will be more radical. In the next couple of years, we will get the first graduates of universities who use artificial intelligence in their activities and in training. Earlier, if we took term papers, the guys treated the primary sources, comprehended them, carried out the work. Now you can just make a request to artificial intelligence, and the result will be ready for you. It is clear that the quality of education will fall, but much more dangerous, in our opinion, is the subtle influence that artificial intelligence exerts, shaping the worldview of young children, introducing ideology into their heads. Moreover, this ideology is formed in many ways not in our country, but abroad or even overseas. And here, as a conclusion, we, of course, understand that it is necessary to strengthen control over the regulation of artificial intelligence, but at the same time, if we are guided by prohibitive measures, it seems that no result can be achieved. Rather, it is necessary to support and develop domestic artificial intelligence technologies. It is good that we have a great foundation formed today, and we see that there is a lot of progress. It is necessary to continue it further, and this will probably be the basis of technological sovereignty in this area. It should be noted here that Russia is one of the 3 countries in the world that has a full stack of its technologies. And this is really the basis of sovereignty. Well, concluding my short report, our foreign guests noted that in some countries there are already restrictions, and even a complete ban, on the use of artificial intelligence technologies. For us, for Russia, it is rather an opportunity. We can prove ourselves as a technological leader, show ourselves in this role by exporting artificial intelligence technologies to our partner countries. Thank you very much. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll say 2 words too. First, of course, artificial intelligence is the most important tool for development, and one of our priorities, first of all, of course, in the field of economics, but not only in other areas for the use of big data, is the development of artificial intelligence. Taking into account the fact that we have a large deficit, unemployment is a minimum of 2 to 4%. This is considered a deficit. We have a shortage of workers. And in the future, of course, we see the solution of these problems in the economic sphere, on the way to the development of modern technologies, of which the use of artificial intelligence is one of the most important directions. What is more here, pros or cons? And the development of nuclear energy, where are there more pros or cons? The use of peaceful atom, nuclear energy, in medicine, in agriculture, in transport, plays a huge important role. And the role will only increase, I am sure, especially taking into account the problems of climate change. But at the same time, there are also nuclear weapons, and they pose great threats to humanity. The same thing, absolutely the same thing in artificial intelligence. The question is how it is regulated and how people use it. The question is how it is regulated. Of course, in many countries, it is regulated. In many countries, in some, as you say, it even prohibits. It seems to me that it is impossible to ban, but it will still find its way, especially in a competitive environment. Competition is increasing. I'm not talking about armed confrontation right now, but in general, competition is increasing in the economy. Therefore, in a competitive environment, it is inevitable, the inevitable development of artificial intelligence. And here, of course, we can be among the leaders, bearing in mind certain advantages that we have. As for sovereignty, the most important component, of course, is these platforms. They are most often formed abroad. And they form a worldview, absolutely right, and here we must. We need to understand this and develop our sovereign artificial intelligence. Of course, we need to use everything we have, but we need to develop our own areas here. But the Beak and Yandex are actively working on this, and on the whole, they are working very successfully. We will certainly do it all. There is no doubt about it, especially where it already reproduces itself. This is very interesting and very promising. But there are also threats here, of course. We need to see and understand these threats and build our work accordingly. But, as I have already said, this is one of the most important areas of our joint activities. When I say ours, I mean the state, specialists in this field, and the community, because here, of course, there are a lot of moral issues. Be sure to pay attention to this. You said that radical views are being formed and so on. Well, yes, we just have to oppose this in a timely manner with our worldview, our point of view, on all the processes that are taking place in our society and in the world. This is what we will do together. Thank you for paying attention to this. Thank you very much. We will continue to analyze what is happening. And indeed, Russia's artificial intelligence should be trained on Russian data in order to reflect our culture in the end. Absolutely. And we have such an opportunity, for sure, quite obviously. I am sure that we will succeed, and it will bring us such it will be a good support in our development, a huge benefit to us. Vladimir Vladimirovich, and when we have sovereign artificial intelligence, will it be able to offer us a Russian idea for the 21st century? He can only help us solve the tasks that we face, and it is very important how we formulate them. And because it works with big data there, too. But we have all the possibilities, both intellectual possibilities and technologically, and there is a large amount of free energy. There is something for us to work on together. And I think that on such questions, as you have just said, such philosophical, fundamental ones, it is necessary to attract everything, and our business is with you, to believe it or not to believe it. When we get the results of research based on modern principles and using, including artificial intelligence. Thank you. A related topic, of course, we discussed, where artificial intelligence and digitalization are, there is information. Everything that is happening with it now, and there is a lot going on too, both pros and cons in full. Our Indian colleague Arvind Gupta participated in this session. Please.
Thank you. My name is Arvind Gupta, Mr. President. I'm from India. I work at the intersection of technology, society, and building a digital public infrastructure for the problems of working with information. Thank you, Mr. President. You have already talked about some of the issues that my colleague Ruslan raised about artificial intelligence. Thank you for listening to our summary. Our expert panel discussed issues related, among other things, to artificial intelligence, and at the end I will mention this. In terms of information manipulation, the use of data and technology to conduct surveillance, and the lack of transparency in all technology systems today. Mr. President, our group discussed and said that the Internet was created about 45 years ago in order to be a global public good. Unfortunately, now, as in many other things, it has become unipolar. It is controlled by several tech giants with specific ideological approaches. Some of these firms, big tech giants, cannot operate in countries like Indonesia, India and Russia, and many others, because of information manipulation and surveillance regulations. Tracking. The second issue we discussed is algorithms. Again, we've discussed this before, including during a session about artificial intelligence, and they really define how we think. Artificial intelligence is actually becoming a buzzword, but algorithms have been around for a long time, and they really determine our thinking, our consumption, how we elect the government. Many of us agreed that they have ideological inclinations, and, of course, they are not neutral, they have prejudice. What we have discussed is the weaponization of information and data. This, together with the biases of specific platforms, gives some nation-states enormous power. They can affect national security, democracy, and public order. In general, so, Mr. President, you know that this was the way Western technology platforms operated. But India offers an alternative model, and it was presented during the presidency of the G20. These are public platforms. This is our platform that takes into account the needs of society. It is a platform growing from the bottom up, starting from common identity systems, common payment systems. It is used by more than 1 billion people in India, and more than 20 other countries also use it. I want to present to you how India has created a different vision for the development of technology, different from the Western vision that exists today. Mr. President, I would like to congratulate Russia on the success of the mere payment system, which has become a success in a very short time. It also showed the power of technological sovereignty, which was just mentioned. That success can be achieved if necessary. Mr. President, the issue that you have just discussed, what I said about the prejudice of technologies and technology platforms and their non-neutral nature, what we are facing, this is the era of artificial intelligence, given that we have allowed several large companies to control the internet. How can we ensure that our culture, our society, and our national interests are protected in this era of artificial intelligence? What standards of support do we need from the very beginning in order to achieve honest and fair artificial intelligence? How can we ensure that the state and like-minded people work to combat the use of artificial intelligence as a weapon? And finally, Mr. President, as you know, we would be interested to hear from you how we can strengthen trust in the information that we see today in the news, in the internet, in technology, how to strengthen trust in them. This was the most important issue of our debate. I hope for your answer. Thank you.
A very important topic. It is akin, of course, to the previous question, artificial intelligence, its use and development. And there are several aspects here. First of all, the use of the internet, of course, should be based on sovereign algorithms. It is necessary to strive for this, first of all. Secondly, it is very difficult for us on the part of the state. In other words, it is possible, but it will be partly counterproductive, to prohibit everything from the state. Here in Russia, the professional community came to the need and decided on the rules of doing this business, the internet as a business, and assumed certain self-restrictions, especially related to some possible destructive influence on society as a whole, and especially on the children's audience. And it seems to me that this is one of the ways to ensure the interests of the majority of people and society as a whole. Well, of course, the internet must comply with the domestic legislation of the country where work in this area is underway. This is an obvious thing. What we see is the manipulation of information. Yes, unfortunately, this is happening. But, I repeat once again, if the internet activity is subordinated and placed under domestic laws, and this activity will have to be subordinated to domestic legislation, then we will minimize possible negative consequences in this way. I understand that there are technological limitations, technological difficulties in order to implement all this. But if we embark on the path of this work related to the professional community itself, which sees where it is possible to create threats to society as a whole, it independently works to stop these threats. Therefore, and the state, of course, should be side by side. For countries like India and Russia, this task is quite solvable because we have very good specialists, very good mathematical schools, and there are people who are already themselves. They are leaders themselves. If not their companies, then they themselves are absolutely leaders in this field of activity. Here we have all the cards in our hands, especially, I repeat again, in a country like India or Russia. As for the mere payment system, yes, it is a success to a certain extent. It works well, confidently. It would work even better and even more widely if it were not created artificial obstacles to its development. But even though these obstacles are being created, it is developing, and we will replicate the success of this kind. And this topic, the topic of the Internet, it is eternal, but in my opinion, it has already become eternal. We said that it was created in order for it to be used in the interests of humanity, but it was created, of course, for other purposes, but at some point, of course, its purpose categorically changed. And it is necessary that the activity on the Internet, as well as any human activity, be subject to moral laws, and the legal law of those states where this system operates. I repeat once again, technologically it is not always easy to do this, but it is certainly necessary to strive for this. Society should protect itself from destructive influence, but do everything to ensure that the exchange of information is free, so that it goes for the benefit of the development of a particular state and the entire international community as a whole. We will strive for this in Russia. I know that India is following the same path. We will be glad to cooperate with you in this direction. Thank you for paying attention to this at all, of course. But, on the other hand, it is impossible not to pay attention to it and not to do it, so I wish you every success. Vladimir Vladimirovich, do you use the Internet yourself? You know, in a very primitive way, so sometimes I press a few buttons to look at something about that it is still being brought. Yes, by our search engines. Yours. That's fine. Thank you, that's comforting. We discussed the environment in detail, the state of the world in terms of climate and so on. I will ask our good friend Sigan Maharaj from South Africa to tell us. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for telling me that the dialectic of stories still works and works. Environmental issues, as you said, cannot be deprived without solving the problem of global inequality. The World Meteorological Organization, a global organization dealing with weather, recently reported that anthropogenic climate change leads to rapid changes in the atmosphere, hydrosphere, biosphere, cryosphere. 2023 year turned out to be the warmest on, with the observation time, as well as the most intense in terms of extreme weather events. This trend has persisted in the 24th year, and it will continue. According to the World Ideological Organization, the scientific evidence is irrefutable. We are far from achieving the most important climate goals. And climate change is reversing development gains, threatening many people. We are seeing record greenhouse gas emissions, and we are also seeing a big lag in terms of achieving greenhouse gas goals, firm ambitious goals. In many ways, the modern system was formed in the era of colonialism. And as you said in your meeting, in many ways this system was based on an unequal exchange between the global north and the global south, or as you can paraphrase, between the global minority and the global majority. Colleagues at the London School noted that the global north extracts huge resources that cost $10.5 trillion in the 2015 year. This is the amount of resources extracted by it, which could have solved the problem of world poverty a long time ago.
Это сумма ресурсов, извлекаемых им, что могло бы уже давным-давно решить проблему мировой бедности.
In recent years, we have seen an outflow of approximately $250 trillion from the global south to the global north. We see that unequal exchange is a significant driver of uneven development, as well as inequality in the economy. Of course, the national liberation movement questioned the system of capitalism. But the institutional mechanisms that were created after the Second World War, after the Great Patriotic War, nevertheless allowed the global north to maintain leadership and hegemony. And the COVID pandemic has revealed, and I have highlighted the institutional inequalities in this system. As you said, no one will feel safe until we all feel safe. Our collective scientific and technological competencies have created solutions that have helped us save people's lives. But at the same time, we are once again seeing attempts to turn intellectual property into a weapon by imposing restrictions on the exchange of knowledge, as well as the exchange of technology. It is necessary to collectively resist such attempts. All countries should strive to deepen cooperation and expand interaction in order to accelerate the exchange of knowledge, ensure a fair flow of such knowledge, and ensure the transition from extractive exploitation to the reform of international institutions. Such efforts to reform international institutions are necessary because they preserve previous systems. However, these reforms, unfortunately, are stalling and causing despair. Yes, at the same time, a successful BRICS summit was held in Kazan. Then, the UN Secretary General himself said that the existing financial architecture is unfair and inefficient. More recently, this was also discussed in Germany, a global political forum. It said that international financial institutions had failed to prevent and mitigate crises, and they had also failed to attract sufficient resources in order to achieve internationally agreed development goals. It is necessary to work together to reduce such inequality. It is necessary to create systems that will facilitate the exchange of knowledge, ensure equal opportunities for the development of everyone. Because if we fail to achieve this, our survival is at risk. Our rhetoric should be backed up by concrete actions, as well as resources that would be directed to help countries that are facing environmental degradation, climate change, as well as other problems caused by climate change. Moreover, such a transformation would contribute to the establishment of world peace. Of course, what you have been doing now in conversations, in discussions with your colleagues here at the Valdai Club, this is one of the most important areas of research for humanity. This is obvious, because now we will not go into details. And we will not discuss what is happening, because of what? That is, what is happening. This is understandable climate change, global warming. Why is this happening? Because of human activity. Either it is some other factors that affect, they're up to the global cosmos. Or something happens to the Earth so periodically. And from time to time, we don't really understand that changes are obvious, they happen, it's a fact. And it would be insured to do nothing at all. This, you can't argue with that. And we in Russia know this firsthand, because we are warming faster than in all other regions of the world. In our country, warming has occurred by 0 as much as 0.5 of a degree plus in 10 years, and in the Arctic. It is even faster, 0 as much as 0.7 plus. This is an obvious thing for us. For the country, 60% of the territory that is located in the permafrost zone, this has practical consequences. Practically, we have cities in the territories, there are whole villages in the permafrost territories, and so on. Production facilities are deployed. This is a very serious matter for us and will have serious consequences. That's why we know what it is. And, by the way, we have one of the greenest energy companies in the world. We have 40% in the structure of energy, 40% of gas generation. There is also nuclear generation, hydrogenation, and, in general, 85% of low-emission generation in the structure of the Russian economy. This is one of the greenest generations in the world, structures in the world. And even if we take, in my opinion, we have 20% of the world's forests, absorbing value, if we take into account. But we are thinking about it. We have plans. We have made it public. Yes, we have said it publicly. By which year we will seek to reduce anthropogenic emissions. And, of course, we will do it. By the way, those who have made the most noise about this, they are acting, unfortunately for everyone and for them. Probably also in a completely opposite direction. Let's say coal generation in Europe has increased dramatically. Quite recently, everyone was making noise in Europe about the need to close coal-fired generation. Now, not only have they not closed it, but they have increased it. Strangely simple, but a fact. Here, too, for some far-fetched political reasons. Well, this is a separate topic. About artificial barriers related to the development of developing economies, related to the environmental agenda. Yes, these are the so-called green barriers that some countries are beginning to create for developing countries, for developing markets. But this, of course, is just a new tool they came up with in order to restrain development. Please, if everyone is so concerned and sincerely concerned about climate change, which, of course, we should be thinking about, but then provide those countries that are also ready to work in this area. Provide them with sources of financing and technologies so that they can safely, break-even switch to these new technologies. Otherwise, what? Do they have to drag along at the tail end of progress? And some people are right to say, but you, those who demand from us today, an immediate transition to new technologies. You used all sources of energy sources earlier, you polluted the entire atmosphere, and now you demand from us that we immediately jump to new levels of generation. Well, how can we do that? Or we have to spend all our last resources on new technologies, which we have to buy from you and pay you again for it. But this is also one of the tools of some kind of neocolonialism. Well, give people the opportunity to live normally, to develop. If you really sincerely believe that we should all take care of this together, please provide funding sources and transfer technologies. And do not limit these technologies. I completely agree with you, if that's what you hinted at in your speech. Well, how else? I don't understand just. Here. The same goes for finance. But really, as I have already said, according to our experts, and I fully trust them, only on the fact that the dollar is the world currency, the United States has received $12 trillion out of thin air for nothing over the past 10 years. Just like that, due to the fact that they imitate, distribute, then the same money comes, as a rule, to their banks, to their financial system, and there they also cut coupons, get a win from this. But this is a counting position, this money just falls from the sky. And this, of course, should also be taken into account by everyone. But if this money exists due to the issue, they receive income like this, just like that from above. This is the source of funding, including the environmental agenda. Give, then share this income, which has fallen from the sky to you. So if you are so concerned about the environmental situation, here, if it was you who had a hint of this, you are absolutely right. It is difficult to agree with these here. That's the way to do it. Well, perhaps this is my comment. There is nothing to add here. That is, there is a lot more to add, but this is the most important thing. Thank you. Vadim Vladimirovich, did President Aliyev by any chance invite you to the climate conference next week? We had President Aliyev there not so long ago. We agreed with him that Russia will be represented at a high level. Mikhail Vladimirovich Mishustin, chairman of the government of the Russian Federation, will take part in this event. That's fine. We are smoothly moving on to a topic that we all care about, because we are mostly international. You have also expressed the idea of Eurasian security. We devoted a lot of discussions to this, and the Valdai report is largely about this year, and the session was very interesting. I want to ask our friend Glenn Diesen from Norway to outline the main conclusions. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Glenn Diesen. I am a professor of political economy from Norway. Our session was devoted to Eurasian security. I would like to focus on three main conclusions. First of all, the source of the conflict at the moment, apparently, is the conflict between unipolarity and a multipolar world. In many ways, this is a new phenomenon in international relations. In the 19th century, in the century of the USA, there were Great Britain was the leading maritime power that opposed the land power of the Russian Federation. In the 20th century, it was the confrontation of the US naval power against the land power of the USSR. Now again, we have a leading maritime power, the United States in the 21st century, but on the Eurasian continent. We are witnessing the formation of multipolarities, which creates numerous opportunities. The largest economy, China, does not have the ability, or even shows a desire, to dominate the continent. Instead, we see other initiatives aimed at creating multipolarity in Eurasia. In other words, this is a conflict between a unipolar system, the US is trying to restore such a system, against a multipolar system, and the global majority, apparently, prefers multipolarity. And I think, for this reason, in many ways, BRICS enjoys such attractiveness for many countries. At the same time, within the framework of our discussions, we found a consensus, concern, or at least a desire, to make Eurasia create an anti-hegemonic movement, and not an anti-Western movement, because the goal should be to harmonize interests. In other words, we must make sure that Eurasia does not turn into another bloc. And I think that in many ways, again, this largely explains the success of BRICS, which can serve as a tool for overcoming bloc thinking. And Eurasia is also so attractive because it demonstrates the attractiveness of a multi-vector foreign policy, when it is possible to diversify the economic policy of interaction with different poles of power. This is a necessity that we observe. This is to ensure political independence, the independence of economic policy. when countries are no longer just spectators in international relations. That is why many countries do not want to choose one of the competing blocs. Instead, they seek to harmonize interests. The global majority strives for Eurasian multipolarity, which is necessary to achieve a genuine multilateral approach. And this is opposed to what Washington is promoting.
And finally, multipolar Eurasia has certain incentives to harmonize interests. Because the major powers in Eurasia have a different format for Eurasian integration, they have different interests. We see this also between Russia and China, but also that none of them can achieve their goals or the format of integration without cooperation with other centers of influence. This creates incentives for the harmonization of interests. It seems that this is really what made the BRICS so successful. I remember 10 years ago, many expected that Central Asia would become a source of conflict between Russia and China. On the contrary, we see that this is a territory of interaction. This gives us an optimistic mood for other parts of Eurasia as well. This is radically different from the unions that are usually used to promote unipolarity. You yourself referred to imperial impulses to divide countries. In the system of alliance, some kind of division is always expected between Russia, India and China, between the Arabs, Iran, between Europe and Russia, simply because it is easier to divide the region into dependent allies, those who will serve. Therefore, in the spirit of Germanization of interests, I would like to ask a question that would proceed from the premise that it was not possible to create a mutually acceptable way out of the Cold War in Europe. It seems to me that this has become a source of many, many tensions. The principle of indivisible security has instead led to fragmentation. And we have also seen the expansion of NATO. So my question is, if Eurasian multipolarity could introduce a new format of interaction between Russia and Europe too? They ask this question because a few years ago there was a book called Europe as an Oriental, the Western Peninsula of Greater Eurasia. And really, maybe there is such a way forward. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. You can repeat the very thing that you said at the end, the question again. Formulate it again, please.
Sorry, my question was like this. He proceeded from the principles that throughout Eurasia, we saw that many countries were able to overcome their contradictions, political contradictions, through economic interaction. For example, agreements that China promoted between Arabs and Iranians. I was thinking about a new format of Greater Eurasia, where Europe would be part of this Eurasia. Is there any possibility of using BRICS or another institution to also strengthen better relations between Russia and Europe, so that we can overcome this bloc policy in Europe, which we have never been able to overcome after the Second World War?
You know, after the Cold War ended, in principle, there was a chance to overcome this bloc thinking and the bloc policy itself. I repeat, after the Cold War ended, there was a chance to overcome both bloc thinking and bloc politics. But I have already said in my speech, I am just sure that the United States simply did not need it. Apparently, they were afraid that control over Europe would be weakened, and they wanted to keep it, and they are. Moreover, they have strengthened control. It just seems to me that this will simply lead to a weakening of this system of vassal subordination. But we can see that I am. You know, I'm not putting anything bad into what I'm going to say right now. I don't want to accuse anyone of anything, don't reproach, God forbid. But we see that many European countries, almost all European countries, are members of NATO. They commit actions to the detriment of their interests that benefit American politics and the American economy. Why, in the USA, in some states, in the United States, energy carriers are 3, 4, or even 5 times cheaper than in the EU countries? Well, of course, they consciously make decisions in the tax system, reduce income tax, let's say, create conditions for the transfer of enterprises, entire enterprises of the industry from Europe to the United States. And some move. First of all, it affected those that are directly related to the primary energy source. This production is more convenient. Not the glass industry, there are still some other industries. They just curtailed their activities, it became unprofitable, they are moving there. Then it's at the second stage of the redistribution. It's affected now. One way or another, this is connected with the metallurgical industry. And then, now the automotive industry has been affected. You can blame as much as you like, the government can blame as much as you like, on the allegedly inefficient work of the management of a particular company, but these are the results of their policy. First of all, government policy. And then, in these conditions, management had to do something to save their enterprises and jobs, but this is not always possible. And that's why. Therefore, this is the conflict that we are now, unfortunately, participants in which, unfortunately, we are. It allowed the United States to achieve this strengthening of its leading role, to put it mildly. Here, in fact, such a semi-colonial dependence of the country turned out to be. To be honest, even I did not expect this, at the end of the choice. The same thing is happening with Japan. Amazing. We have done nothing wrong in Japan. It's nothing at all. Not a single step, not a single word. They took sanctions against us led. What kind of fright? Well, now the questions arise. What to do about it? Well, we didn't do anything. There are colleagues from Japan. Probably there will be some questions. Europe is even worse. You know, I have already said, but I will not deny myself the pleasure of recalling a conversation with the former Chancellor of Germany, Kohl. In 1993, when I was lucky enough to be present at his conversation with the former mayor of St. Petersburg. Even then I had not forgotten the German language. I even functioned as an interpreter between them. He let go of the interpreter altogether, said, "Come on, go, rest." I stayed, and I translated. For me, as in the recent past, a foreign intelligence officer of the Soviet Union, it was amazing to hear what he said. To be honest, I was talking there, listening, translating. I was, well, to put it mildly, very surprised, because after all, there were still Cold War stamps in my head. An intelligence officer of the USSR, the KGB of the USSR, and suddenly he began to say that the future of Europe, if it wants to remain as an independent center of world civilization, the future should only be together with Russia. We need to combine our efforts. I opened my mouth. So he continued in the same spirit, talking about how, in his opinion, the situation on the American continent would develop, where and how the United States would build its efforts. I'm not going to reproduce it now. He didn't say anything bad about the state, no, he just spoke as an analyst, as an expert. Not even as the Bundesbank, but as an expert. But in fact, 85 to 90% of what he said happens. That's what I'm seeing right now. We are all watching this. And of course, we must try to build a security system on the Eurasian continent. It's huge, this continent. And, of course, Europe can and, in my opinion, should be an integral part of this system. You said that you noted that the PERC does not have the opportunity and does not want to play a dominant role. You mentioned Central Asia, and I'm going to tell you about it now. I think there are probably our friends from China here. There is no such thing in Chinese philosophy. They do not seek dominance. This is the whole trick. This is the attractiveness of the theory. Or the proposal formulated by the President of the People's Republic of China, Xi Jinping. One belt, one way. One belt and one common path. This is not only the Chinese way, it is a common way. In any case, that's exactly what they sound like in bilateral relations, and that's exactly how we act in each other's interests. And what is happening in Central Asia? Everyone was counting on some kind of collision or friction between Russia and China in Central Asia. No, do you understand what's going on there? These are countries with very young statehood, with an economy that requires serious development. Demographic processes are increasing there. For example, in Uzbekistan, there are 1 million people there every year, plus 1 million. Imagine 27 or 28 million people already, and plus 1 million every year. Here in India, plus 10, as my friend, Mr. Prime Minister Fashion, told me. In India, it is 1.5 billion people live there. There are 37, 38, 40 million in Uzbekistan. And millions every year. That's a lot, a lot. There are a lot of problems there. If the People's Republic of China comes and helps these economies, this means that as a result of economic cooperation, domestic political processes are also stabilizing, and Russia's statehood is only interested in this. We want there to be a stable environment and stable development. This is also in our interests. Therefore, there is no rivalry there, there is cooperation there, and this does not interfere with the development of our traditional ties with this region of the world and the countries of Central Asia, which for centuries were part of the Russian Empire. The Soviet Union not only do not remember, they value our special contacts, special ties. It only benefits everyone if we are like this, creating a security system on the Eurasian continent. And now again, by the way, I hear what is happening there in some European countries, what they say. They started talking again about creating a unified security system from Lisbon to Vladivostok. And again they returned to what de Gaulle, in my opinion, said at the time. True, he spoke as far as the Urals, but in fact it should go as far as Vladivostok, if these ideas have arisen again. But if they, our colleagues, return to this, yes, and most importantly, what you said, what I mentioned, and what is written in the OSS documents, so that the security of some does not did not contradict, and did not violate the safety of others. This is very important. And if we do all this, if we increase, as you also mentioned, the level of trust. Right now, the most important problem on our European continent is the main thing between Russia and European countries. This is a lack of trust. You can scold Russia any way you like, and probably we also make a lot of mistakes, but when they tell us, listen, that we went to the signing of the Minsk agreements on Ukraine only to give Ukraine the opportunity to rearm, and we were not going to solve this conflict in a peaceful way at all. Well, what kind of trust can we talk about? What are you guys doing? What kind of trust? You have directly publicly stated that you have cheated us, lied to us and deceived us. And what kind of trust? But we need to return to this system of mutual trust, gradually. Well, I don't know, now we can discuss it here until morning. But this is the first step towards creating a unified security system of Eurasia. Is it possible to do this or not? Here is Mr. Cole, with the recollection of which I began. I believe that it was not just necessary, absolutely necessary. I share this point of view. Vladimir Vladimirovich, why do you think that Mr. Cole was more sincere than Mrs. Merkel, who you mentioned later, about the Minsk process, who speaks? But still, you know, the three of us were sitting in Bonn. It was still in Bonn. The German government was in Bonn. And just talked. And Miss Merli, whom you remembered, she still spoke under certain public pressure and in a crisis. It's still a different situation. Colt was calmly reasoning, he was just in a free mode and was laying out his point of view, not only in the absence of the press. But Merkel, you spoke to the press and for the press. He didn't speak for the press, he even removed his translator. Therefore, I assume that he was an absolutely sincere person. One more question, if possible, a continuation of the topic that Glenn raised. And you mentioned that the population is growing in neighboring countries, and in your speech, you talked about migration flows. It's a very hot topic everywhere right now, including here. Do you see this as part of Eurasian security? Do you discuss this with your colleagues in Eurasia? Yes, of course, we discuss this very often. I have already said that right now we have a historically low unemployment rate, 2.4%. In fact, there is no unemployment. We have a shortage of workers, and, of course, we need workers to develop the economy. And moreover, the lack of a proper number of workers is one of the main obstacles to our economic growth today. We have about 5,600,000 people in construction right now. The industry will take and not notice. In industry, 250,000 people are needed right now, and it will also be not enough. But you know what? This is the first stage. We need to create conditions where people who come to work with us will be ready for this. They will be proficient in the Russian language, know our traditions, we have talked about it many times, know our laws. And not only know all this, but be internally ready to comply with it all. And then there will be no irritation and rejection from our citizens. And we must think first of all, of course, about the interests of the citizens of the Russian Federation. This is a very obvious thing. I want my colleagues and regional leaders to hear me in the regions of the Russian Federation, as well as law enforcement agencies. And as for the people who come to us, they should also live in modern human conditions, enjoy all the benefits of civilization, in the field of healthcare, education, and so on. There are also distortions here. I won't go into details now, but we need to work on this. My colleagues and my friends, the leaders of the republics of the former Soviet Union, are constantly discussing this. And they themselves want to train those people who would like to come and work with us, to prepare them for such work on the territory of the Russian Federation. What is needed for this? Also our question. It is necessary to create schools. We are going to do it now, and we are creating a school. There it is necessary to send teachers of the Russian language, who are not enough, and whom they are happy to accept, and would accept 10 times more. So here too, the ball is to a certain extent on our side. They are ready for it and want to. Well, we'll do it together. But in the long term, I hope in the near future, we need to make sure that people with a good education and well-trained professionally get into the Russian labor market first of all. And some of the people who come to us today would stay to work at home, and that we create production facilities there. That will be included in the general chain of production of certain goods. And we would load them with orders. They would produce some components of something. Or they could have the final assembly. And then people not only in Uzbekistan, but also in Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and would have jobs there, at home, would live in the environment of their native language, their culture, but in general, it would be a common cooperation. To a certain extent, we need to recreate the cooperative chains that were still in the Soviet Union, but, of course, on a new technological base, on a new logistics base, and then the overall system will be more stable. And the growth rates for all participants in this process will be guaranteed. There will be no such tension in this area. But, of course, we have just talked about artificial intelligence, about other possibilities. We need to respond to the shortage of workers. Of course, all experts are talking about this. We need, of course, to replace it with new technological capabilities to carry out production on a new technological base. Increasing the levels of return and efficiency, it seems to me that this is quite maybe. Vladimir Vladimirovich, there was a big event yesterday. The whole world watched with bated breath. The United States has elected a new president. In your presidential century, this is the 6th. Well, he's the 4th, but it happens. Do you have any memories left, maybe about some of them more pleasant, less pleasant, with whom it was more interesting to work? You know, they're all interesting people in general. It is difficult to imagine a person who found himself at the same peak of power in one of the leading countries of the world, and would be absolutely some kind of insignificant or stupid, uninteresting person. What's the matter? The fact is that the domestic political culture in the United States is such that it is becoming more and more. The internal political struggle is becoming sharper and sharper. All sorts of techniques are used by opponents and political opponents of the current head of state in order to somehow let them in, and moreover, such tools are used that are often impartial and far from the indicator of this political culture. I don't know, do you remember how many attacks there were on Bush? And he is so illiterate, not intelligent, not knowledgeable. It's all lies. We had a lot of contradictions. I think that from the point of view of the attitude towards Russia, the policy in the Russian direction, many of them, almost all of them, well, I told you, everything that was done in the end, in aggregate, looked like such a hidden intervention. But personally, I assure you, the same Bush, who was the governor of Texas before, is a complex state, huge. He was a successful governor, and when I talk to him, I assure you, he is in no way inferior to anyone sitting in this hall. He, no matter how he is presented there as some kind of person with a low IQ and so on, as well as any of his political opponents. Well, I talked to him a lot personally. I hadn't spent the night at his house before in Texas. I met his parents several times and at their home, and they came to me. And I'll tell you, when I talked to his father, also a former US president, of course, he was no longer president at that time, he told me sincerely, so calmly, he says, we made a huge mistake, that we started blocking the Olympic Games in Moscow. Then Russia started doing the same thing with regard to the Olympic Games. We have such nonsense. This is what he told me personally. Such nonsense, such a mistake. Why are we doing all this? Well, nothing. And it's all going on. Under pressure from outside, the International Olympic Committee has turned, I do not know, into some, I do not know, circus artists simply. They have commercialized the Olympic movement completely, destroying it with their own hands. But what am I getting at now? Now I'm not talking about that, but about the kind of people I had to work with. Here each of them is a person, and a person, as if not accidentally caught on this Olympus. And the future president from this point of view. How? You know, you can also treat him as you like, because everyone initially said in his first iteration in the presidential that he was basically a businessman, and he doesn't understand much about politics, he can make mistakes. Well, first of all, I can tell you, his behavior at the time of the attempt on his life, I do not know, but I was impressed by it. He turned out to be a courageous man. And it's not just about the raised hand and the call to fight for their common ideals. It's not just that, although it's, of course, on a drive like this, everything seems to be. A person manifests himself in conditions, in extraordinary conditions. This is where a person shows himself, and he showed himself, in my opinion, in a very correct way, courageously, like a man. As for politics, here in the first iteration, I don't know he will hear, but I will say perhaps hear. I speak sincerely, absolutely, but I have the impression that he was touched from all sides. They did not let him move. He was afraid to take a step, to the left or to the right, to say an extra word. I do not know what is going to happen now, I have no idea. For him, this is still the last term. What he will do is his questions. But what has been said publicly so far? Basically, I don't want to comment now on what was said during the election campaign. And I think it was said deliberately, in the struggle for votes, but it doesn't matter. But what was said about the desire to restore relations with Russia, to contribute to the end of the Ukrainian crisis? In my opinion, it seems to me that it deserves attention at least, and I take this opportunity to congratulate him on his election as President of the United States of America. I have already said that we will work with any head of state who will be trusted by the American people. This will indeed be the case in practice. And if he fulfills what he has been saying all along, he will call you literally in the near future before the inauguration and say, "Vladimir, let's meet." You know, I don't think it's shameful to call him either. I just don't do it, because the leaders of Western states from what stage, they called me almost every week, and then suddenly stopped. They don't want to, they don't need to. As you can see, we are alive, healthy and nothing, and we are developing, moving forward. If one of them wants to resume contacts, I have always said, and I want to say again, we have nothing against it. Please, we will resume contacts and conduct discussions. Well, there are a lot of people who want to conduct discussions. There is a whole room here. But if not, we will have discussions with you. So are you ready to lead with Trump? Done? Done. All right. So, well, while there is no Trump, let's have a discussion with those who are here. Let's start with Professor Feng Shavli. In China. Dear Mr. President, I am very glad to see you again. First of all, I would like to convey thanks from my Chinese colleagues for the very excellent organizations shown by friends at the Kazan Summit. I would also like to say that many thanks for your personal and appropriate support, the work of our crab, Valdai crab, but also very lively. A very lively discourse. I remembered that 8 years ago, too, on our forum. I have the honor to ask you, what are your thoughts on the relationship between Russia, the United States, and China? You answered me very precisely that it should, mutually respected, and mutually beneficial. But now it's been 8 years. The world is changing a lot. One side is competition, sanctions, even a very terrible bop. But the other side is that the strategic partnership among Russia, China, and cooperation. The project is developing very successfully. My question is the same as your assessment of the current and future development of strategic partners among Russia and China. In the second, what will be the possibility of this realization here on the romanization of relations between Russia, the United States, and China in a new environment? Thank you very much. As for the relations between Russia and the People's Republic of China, it has an unprecedented high character and is based on mutual trust, which we lack in relations with other countries, primarily with Western countries. And I've already said why. I know that if there were representatives of those who have stones in their address, in whose garden stones from my side, they would now have posted a whole page of claims against Russia, my personal address. Well, we're not going to discuss it now. I just want to say that the level of trust between Russia and China is at the highest point in recent history. And this, precisely this, is our personal friendly relations with President of the People's Republic of China, Xi Jinping. With President Xi Jinping, they are a very good guarantee for the development of interstate relations. I'm not going to go into details now, but after all, 240 billion trade turnover is not the largest, but still the fourth place among trade turnover among China's leading trade and economic partners. This is already decent. This is already decent. This is a very important circumstance, and we really complement each other well. We started with energy, including nuclear energy. As opportunities and technological capabilities grow, we exchange these technologies. This is very important, and this value is growing, so we are expanding the range of our cooperation, the palette of our capabilities, paying more and more attention to high technologies, and in different, very different areas. China has achieved a lot. I have already said, I don't remember the last time I spoke here or not, but I have spoken at other public events. According to our experts, the economic model that China has adopted, it has developed it, this model, and naturally, based on the needs of life, it is much more efficient than in many other leading economies of the world. Well, to put it bluntly, Chinese specialists managed to do this, combining both the planned economy and the market. But from the political level, our friends, these specialists, manage not to interfere with it. This is very important. The effect is not good. In other words, the Chinese economy is working more efficiently than other economies, even though there is a certain correction in terms of economic growth rates. Unfortunately, the United States pursues a policy of double containment, that is, an attempt to contain both China and Russia. Why it is necessary to work on two fronts, moreover, is completely incomprehensible. In other words, it is clear that they believe that the growth of China's economic power poses a threat to them, a threat to their dominance. In my opinion, if only. If they want to work, to act effectively, then it would not be necessary to work with these methods, not with these. It is necessary to prove its advantage in an honest, open competition. And then the internal forces of development in the United States itself would be called to life. What are they doing? They prohibit one thing, the second, creativity, and in the end, only harm their own development. The ban of Chinese goods or the use of Chinese technologies in the American market will lead to what? To inflation, to an increase in the cost of production. That's what it will lead to. That's it. So, as far as our cooperation is concerned, the areas where they are trying to restrain China's development may well be complemented by our cooperation with the People's Republic of China.
Сдержать развитие Китая вполне может дополняться и нашим сотрудничеством с Китайской Народной Республикой. Ну, например, вот мы начали...
We started with energy. This is developing very actively. And in oil, but also in the gas sector, and in the field of nuclear technology. We are also actively working on the creation of new nuclear power plant units, oil and gas supplies. But this creates an absolutely reliable energy security system for China. We have a common border, and no one can prevent this. No storms, no closures of sea routes, nothing can interfere with our cooperation, because we have a common border, as the supply goes. So it will go, a full guarantee. It seems to me that if the same United States had changed the vector with respect to both Russia and China, that is, it would not have pursued a policy of double deterrence, but would have pursued a policy of trilateral cooperation. Everyone would have benefited from this. There would be no losers. Another question about the disordered cooperation. And I just said that, I'm done with it. He hears inattentively. Sorry, I got distracted. You're thinking about your own. So, here I am, in my opinion. General Slick asked there, raised his hand from Pakistan.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is about the stability between
Стабильности между
START 3 expires in the 26th year of global parity, and so far no negotiations are underway. There is no chance of an extension yet. So when this treaty expires, how do you see the possibility of maintaining the stability of nuclear capabilities? Thank you. You know, because we have never refused to continue the dialogue in the field of strategic stability. But I won't tell you a secret. Everyone knows very well, and not only in this room, but all over the world, that the United States and its, excuse me for this word, satellites, it is impossible to say otherwise in modern conditions, with respect to the leaders of these countries, who, to their detriment, follow the proposed path because of ocean ways in relation to Russia. The United States sets itself the goal of defeating Russia. Strategic defeat. What is a strategic defeat? What is it to achieve a strategic position of defeating a particular country? But if you don't destroy this country, then, I don't know, reduce this country to a role, to a negligible video. And why do we need nuclear weapons then? And at the same time, they want to have a dialogue with us on strategic stability. How's that? Like normal adults. We are ready to conduct this dialogue, but in modern conditions, there are many points here. Your colleague from China has just asked about the relations in the Russia-China triangle and the United States. To be honest, I deliberately did not want to aggravate this topic so much. I took international security issues beyond the scope of my answer. Cooperation between Russia and China, one of the most important factors of international stability in general. But this has to do with strategic stability, and in the field of nuclear weapons. All the time, at least in previous years, we were whispered in our ear all the time, let's work with your friends in China. We need them to join the conversation about reducing their nuclear arsenals, to which our Chinese friends say, well, guys, why? We have fewer carriers and fewer warheads, what are we going to reduce? Either you lower it to our level yourself, or let us grow up to yours, and then we think we will talk together about some reductions. Well, it's logical, right? Everything else is just nonsense. Here. And at the same time, there are nuclear arsenals of other NATO countries, except the United States, Great Britain and France. And they are growing. They are not only growing, they are changing qualitatively. Quite recently, I was told, well, something is needed. This is not a military political union. This is first of all a political union, and then a military one. No, we see that it is not so at all. In fact, the United States purposefully or not purposefully, I think, purposefully returned to the forefront, first of all. The military component of NATO, which altogether announced that they were going to inflict a strategic defeat on us. How can we not take into account the nuclear arsenals of Great Britain and France? Therefore, today this issue is not easy, it is even more complicated than it was 20 or 30 years ago. But we understand our responsibility as a country that, in terms of its capabilities, in terms of the number of carriers and warheads, and the quality of modern weapons, and it is being improved here. We are already approaching putting into service our latest developments, which I spoke about 5 years ago. And now we are completing the tests gradually. We all understand this, and in general, we are ready for this dialogue. But it is necessary that the other country approaches this honestly, taking into account all aspects of our relations. But it can't be that here they are going to inflict a strategic defeat, and they say to their citizens, guys, everything is calm, everything is fine, business is out of the South. Don't be afraid, don't think about anything. Well, it doesn't happen that way. We have a strategic defeat, and you don't think about anything. Well, of course. Therefore, let's talk about it calmly, in a business-like way, without any double 3-5 standards. Just let's talk about it with open cards. By the way, this has been repeatedly proposed. Well, when we start talking about it in detail, there's a pause right away. Let's see how the new future administration will formulate its proposal, if at all, on this score. Vladimir Vladimirovich, you mentioned the demonstration of the latest developments at that time. Are there any new latest developments? There is, something constantly arises. Yesterday, I just talked with one of the heads of one of our largest concerns. He reported on his ideas in this area. But it's just too early to talk about it. Thank you. So, Professor Nagara, Brazil is in the first row.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mr. Batista from Brazil. I want to ask you a question. You can tell us in more detail about the topics that you spoke about during your comments and speeches, BRICS and the US dollar. What role do you see for BRICS? in building alternatives, unreliable and broken systems using dollars. In the 24th year, Russia, during the BRICS presidency, proposed a detailed and interesting plan for cross-border payments based on national currencies. How do you see the future of this discussion? Maybe we are. Will we be able to push off from this? The second question is more complicated. Would you agree that there are certain restrictions on payments in national currencies, and that we will gradually, step by step, carefully move to new means of payment, a new reserve currency? President Lula, by the way, spoke about this in his statement during the Kazan summit. I would be interested to hear your vision on this issue. Thank you.
You know, I base my position on what our experts offer us. I trust them. They are certainly international class experts. And I have previously discussed our proposal, and when some idea is generated, then my role is to pump these ideas, these proposals, somehow formalize them accordingly, and, having understood what is being discussed, offer them internally, in the expert community, and in the government, and in the central bank them, these ideas to our partners. I proposed one of these ideas to President Lula. He was interested. He hosted our experts in Brazil, and at a very good level, invited representatives of the central bank, the Ministry of Finance, and, in general, almost the entire economic bloc to these meetings. And our colleagues and friends in Brazil are interested. I'm going to say 2 words about what we are talking about. We have done the same with other BRICS countries. I've had excellent conversations with almost all the managers, with everyone. And everyone liked these ideas on the whole. What is it about? The first novelty is what? We propose to create a new investment platform using electronic assets, developing them. In other words, we are talking about creating such an electronic payment platform with the help of which it would be possible to invest in emerging markets, and these are primarily the markets of South Asia, Africa, and partly Latin America. I will repeat again why we think so. We think it's because there are very strong demographic processes taking place there, population growth. Capital is being accumulated there. There is still an insufficient level of urbanization, and it will definitely increase. And if urbanization expands and increases, new centers of economic growth will arise there. And people there will strive, and therefore the government will follow them, to raise the standard of living and the level of well-being. In our opinion, it is precisely these regions of the world that will develop at the fastest pace. In our opinion, China, the Russian Federation, Saudi Arabia, and some other countries will also grow. But the regions of the world that I have just mentioned will show much more serious growth, rapid growth. They will need investments, technologies, and personnel, training, using new investment opportunities, a new platform. We think it will be possible to provide this. Moreover, we can make these instruments, electronic instruments, practically non-inflationary, because if it is an excess, too much, we can withdraw them. If it is, then it will not be enough. We can simulate additional ones and regulate it with the help of control by central banks and the new BRICS Development Bank. The leadership of the new BRICS Development Bank also liked this idea. There are different points of view, different approaches. In general, Some people are more interested in these ideas, some are less interested. But we have agreed to create a working group at the expert level, at the government level, and we will now deal with this. We are in no hurry, nothing is above us. This is not a response to the events of today. No, this is not even an answer to somehow counteract the restrictions in the field of finance. Now, I will also say more about this. No, it's just an idea of how we can organize work on promising and rapidly growing markets. It will be. This applies not only to the BRICS countries, but also to those countries that are not members of the BRICS family. It's just an opportunity for us to invest, to enter these markets, and for them to take advantage of our opportunities. And if it is impossible to do it any other way, we will rely only on promising projects that will be implemented and give back. Then this mechanism can be launched. In our opinion, it will work. As for today, the use of national currencies still gives its result. And for Russia, for example, we already have 2/3 of our trade turnover, 2/3 are serviced in national currencies. And as for the BRICS countries, 88% are serviced in national currencies. We are now talking about using electronic tools for the exchange of financial information between countries, between the central banks of our countries. This is the so-called BRICS bridge system. We have discussed it at the expert level with all our BRICS partners. And the second system is also within the framework of BRICS. We talked about settlements on exchanges. On securities exchanges. Therefore, today, it seems to me that this is optimal for what we are working on and what we should work on in the near future. I have heard a lot at the expert level, in journalistic circles, they say that we need to think about creating a single currency. It's too early to talk about it yet, and we do not have such goals among ourselves, because in order to talk about a common currency, we need, first of all, to achieve more integration. We save with each other, the first thing. And secondly, we need to somehow raise the quality of the economies to a certain level, so that they are very similar, compatible in quality, in the structure of the economy, with each other. But just the rest will be unrealistic, and maybe even go to harm. Therefore, there is no need to rush anywhere. And I want to finish with what I usually start with when I answer questions of this kind. We did not seek to abandon the dollar and do not seek to do so. This is done by the political and financial authorities of the same United States or Europe, and when they refuse to calculate the euro. The euro has not yet risen to its feet as a world currency. They are already limiting it with their own hands. As for Europe, the problem there in general is that economic decisions are made by politicians, who often, unfortunately for these countries, are not even experts in the field of economics, finance. And this only goes to the detriment of these countries. Therefore, in Russia, in any case, we are not abandoning the dollar, and I am not going to do it. We are denied simply to use the dollar as a payment instrument. Well, denied. But this, in my opinion, is a terrible stupidity on the part of the US financial authorities, because this, the dollar, holds all the power of the United States today. They took it with their own hands and cut it. It would seem to me that no matter what happened, the dollar, like a sacred cow, could not be touched.
Священная корова, ее нельзя было трогать.
No, they took it with their own hands and knocked the horns off. In the estate they wash, but on the contrary they exploit for nothing. Well, what is it? But they are to blame. The dollar's payments are not declining much in the world yet.
В мире не сильно пока. Значит, как
As a means of accumulation, too, on the sly, even in the countries of the closest partners, also on the sly. But the rumor is removed, it narrows with it.
и,
But this trend is already becoming. He does everything with his own hands. And we are not fighting.
боремся. Вот
Here are our proposals that are not aimed at fighting the dollar. We are simply thinking about creating new tools in response to the challenges of the time, in response to new trends in the development of the world economy.
думаем над созданием новых инструментов. И
And first of all, of course, it is relevant, as I said at the beginning,
вначале
to create a system for using the already established systems in each country for the exchange of financial information.
финансовой информации.
Well, and here are the tools that I have indicated. We will develop. Thank you.
Так,
Alexander Rikovic, Serbia.
Dear Mr. President,
Dear Mr. President, my name is Alexander Akovic. I am a historian from Serbia. It is an honor for me to see you, to listen to you, to talk to you again. My question for you today is as follows. In your opinion, what is the state and individual mechanisms that Russians, Serbs, and other peoples around the world should use to protect our traditional values and protect ourselves, our identities, from the pervasive, imposed influence of Western ideology, which we saw this year at the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games in Paris?
Наших идентичностей, от всепроникающего, навязанного воздействия западной идеологии, которую мы видели в этом году на церемонии открытия Олимпийских игр в Париже. Спасибо.
Thank you.
As for what we saw at the opening, to be honest, I didn't even look at the beginning. Then they told me that something was happening there. I looked.
посмотрел.
Well, I do not know what the organizers were counting on and why they did it. Why could I have missed it?
Зачем это мог пропустил? Это
This, of course, was insulting to millions of believers, Christians.
верующих христиан. Зачем
Why is it necessary to offend anyone, to offend their religious feelings?
религиозные чувства?
Those who did it said that we did not intend to offend, and we do not see anything offensive here. But it also happens with respect to representatives of Islam, when they burn the Quran or all sorts of illustrations, publish comics with the Prophet.
Иллюстрации всякие, там, комиксы с пророком публикуют.
Under the auspices of freedom of speech. I am going to repeat now what I have repeatedly said. The freedom of one person or society ends where the freedom of another begins.
Заканчивается там, где начинается свобода другого. Потому что
Because after all, if you can insult someone, religious feelings and say,
говорить, это моя
"This is my freedom, I do something that I want."
то, что хочу.
But that's how you can get to murder. I want to kill. I want to kill, go killed. It's an expression of my freedom. So what is it? Nonsense, of course. People do not feel as if they do not feel any borders. They do not see the edges, as we sometimes say in our people.
В народе иногда говорят.
Well, if you have some kind of vision of something, well and good, and be with your vision of this something.
Чего-то. Но если
But if you know that it can offend another person, refrain from doing it.
от того, чтобы делать это. Вот и
That's
всё.
it. The
Правильно.
rule is simple.
Они
They consider it possible to act in this way.
возможным действовать таким образом.
This is the same as the opportunity for men to compete in women's sports. It just kills women's sports, if I'm sorry. I touched on this topic. In my opinion, some sports are not women's. I'm sorry, the woman will say that I'm wrong. Well, that's another topic. But if a woman participates in these types of barbell, boxing, I do not know, wrestling. Well, let the women compete with each other. Well, it's just a man, because he declared himself a woman, and went to win everyone, but broke a woman there. But this is killing women's sport. It will be impossible for women to perform anywhere soon. Well, some nonsense. But let these people fight among themselves. They announced about women, but they announced it, let them perform and fight among themselves at the Olympic Games. Or also there are those who take certificates that they have been sick with something since childhood, and use some drugs that give obvious advantages during the competitive process. Well, let's arrange competitions between them. Well, it's so natural, simple, in my opinion. What's the big deal here? Doesn't offend anyone, by the way. And how to protect your values? By all means available to us. So, Wang Wen. Thank you. My name is Van Vane. I represent China. I am very pleased to see you again, Mr. President. My question is about Russian-Chinese relations in the next 4 years. I would also like to ask about changes in the future international system, because we know that Trump is back. And if President Trump calls you one day and says, well, for example, let's join forces to defeat China. What will be your report on such a question? And will you accept President Trump's offer? Well, for example, unification in Russia and the United States to confront China. This is the first question. And the second question is about the future in international relations. Have you repeatedly said that the international system is undergoing profound changes now, from your point of view? What will the future of international relations look like? What will this system look like? And from your point of view, what is the role of Russia, China, and the United States? What should the role of these countries look like in such a future system? And how do you propose to coordinate relations in this triangle between Russia, China, and the United States? Thank you. I'll try to answer as briefly as possible. First of all, we cooperate with China and are friends not against anyone. Our relations with China are not directed against third countries, including the United States. Our relations with China are aimed at creating conditions for the development of our states and creating the necessary conditions for the security of peoples. The same applies to our relations with the United States. Me. I can hardly imagine such a question from the side of Mr. President-elect. I think he understands that this issue is very far from the realities in which we live. Russia does not unite with anyone against anyone. Moreover, this does not look absolutely unrealistic with regard to China, with which we have achieved, as I have already said, an unprecedented high level of mutual trust, cooperation, and friendship. I believe that states like China and Russia, which have hundreds, thousands of common borders, a common history of coexistence in almost the same space, despite the difference in cultures that have common values. is in itself a huge achievement that we should use today and leave these achievements and strengthen them for future generations.
Огромное достижение, которым мы должны пользоваться сегодня и оставить эти достижения, укреплять их для будущих поколений.
As for the possibility of restoring relations with the United States, we are open to this, but to a large extent. The ball is on the side of the United States because we have not spoiled relations with them. We have not imposed any restrictions or sanctions against them. We do not promote any kind of armed conflict in the territories close to them. We have never aspired to this, and in practice, I want to emphasize this, we have never allowed ourselves to do this. It is unclear why the United States allows itself to do this. I hope that they will eventually have to realize that it is better not to do this if we do not want any global conflicts. Well, the President-elect of the United States, Mr. Trump, spoke in about the same way. Let's see how it will function in reality, bearing in mind that such an institution as the Institute of the President in the United States, he is somehow bound by certain obligations. He is somehow connected with those people who contributed to his coming to power. Jack Carrick once told me that what kind of democracy are we talking about there in the States? What kind of democracy? There is no billion there if you don't have billions of dollars in your pocket. You don't even need to think about possible participation in the elections. It's not that you can't participate, you can't think, but that's the way it is. But those who give these billions, they also participate at the same time in the formation of the future team. And if they delegate someone, they have the opportunity to influence the people they delegated to this team. And here it is very important to what extent the elected leader manages to establish contact, not only with these groups of influence, with the so-called shadow deep state, but also with the population, with the people, with the voters. If he fulfills his promises to the voters, his authority grows, and he, relying on this authority, becomes an independent political figure, including in relations with influence groups that helped him come to power. This is a very complex process. What will happen in the United States? You and I don't know, but I very much hope that our relations with the United States will be restored someday, and we are open to this, please. So, let's go from here. You mentioned Japan, Mr. Biru. Sasagawa Foundation. Let me ask you the same question, but it's also related to Japan. And the strategic situation in East Asia is becoming increasingly tense. At the heart of this is the strategic rivalry between the US and China. Russia is clearly on the side of China in this rivalry. The frequency of joint war exercises between China has increased markedly in this region. On the other hand, Asia is legions with many values, and Russia's strategic interest in this region should not be limited to relations with China. How Russia is trying to combine two challenges. On the one hand, the position in the US-China confrontation in East Asia, and the preservation of space for Russia's strategic multilateral interests in this region.
многосторонний интерес России в этом регионе.
And also, how would you assess the future of YASCO?
Оценили будущее российско-японского,
Japanese relations in this strategic context, let's say in 5 years.
ну, скажем, через 5 лет.
Thank you. Indeed, the situation in East Asia is not getting calmer, it is not becoming more stable.
Становится спокойнее, не становится стабильнее.
But China has nothing to do with it. Of course, China is our closest partner and friend, but I will try to think objectively.
Старайся объективно рассуждать.
Objectively. But does China create any blocks there?
Какие-то блоки.
I don't want to be China's lawyer either, but I just understand there are a lot of internal problems there.
Много внутренних проблем.
Well, there are always problems between neighbors. We know that if I don't reveal secrets, there are certain difficulties on the border between India and China, but experienced, literate people who think about the future of their peoples are looking for compromises, and finding them the way both the Prime Minister of India and the Presidents of the People's Republic of China are doing now.
Сейчас и премьер-министр Индии, и председатель Китайской Народной Республики.
They are conducting a dialogue, including they conducted this dialogue in Kazan at the BRICS summit.
На саммите БРИКС.
And I hope this will have a positive impact on the future development of China-India relations.
Развитие Китая-индийских отношений.
As for the situation in East Asia as a whole,
В целом.
well, does China create blocks there? It is the United States that is creating a block. One block is the second, the third. Now NATO is formally already getting in there. Nothing good happens when closed military political blocks are created, under the obvious leadership of some one main country.
Под явным дирижированием какой-то одной главной страны.
All other countries, as a rule, follow, work in the mode of interests of this state, which creates these blocks.
Работают в режиме интересов этого государства, которое создает эти блоки.
And let those who agree with everything so easily think about it.
Соглашаются, подумают об этом.
And if there are any questions, they always arise between neighbors.
Они всегда возникают между соседями. Ну, всегда.
But it is always necessary to strive to ensure that at the regional level, without the intervention of external forces, the leaders of these strange ones find the strength, courage, patience, and willingness to seek a compromise.
Руководители этих стран находили в себе и силы, и мужество, и терпение, и готовность к тому, чтобы искать компромисс.
If this attitude to business is gaining momentum, then these compromises can always be found.
Эти компромиссы всегда можно найти.
They will be found. Therefore, to accuse China of some aggressive intentions, when it is not it that creates aggressive blocks, but the same states. But it seems to me completely incorrect. Now, as for the fact that Russia is on the side of China, and not on the side of those who create these blocks.
Не на стороне тех, кто эти блоки создает.
But how? Of course, we are on the side of China. First of all, because of what I said above, we do not believe that China is pursuing an aggressive policy in the region. A lot of things revolve around Taiwan. Everyone formally recognizes, yes, Taiwan is part of China, but in practice. But in fact, it acts in a completely different direction, provoking the situation to the side of aggravation. Why? And not for the same reason that they provoked the Ukrainian crisis. To create a crisis in Asia, and then tell everyone else, guys, let's get closer to me here, because you can't cope without me. Maybe this logic also works there and in Asia. That's why we really support China. And because we believe that he pursues an absolutely balanced policy, and also because he is our ally.
Еще потому, что это наш союзник.
We have a very large trade turnover. We cooperate in the field of security. You said we were conducting exercises. Well, yes. And isn't the United States conducting exercises there with the same Japan? On an ongoing basis. On an ongoing basis. And they conduct exercises with other countries, also on a permanent basis. As I said once, we stopped using our strategic aviation at the end of the 90s. But she did not make long-distance flights in the neutral zone, and the United States continued to do so. We looked, and finally resumed the flights of our strategic aviation. That's the same in this case. The United States conducted endless exercises there. In the end, China and I also started conducting exercises. But these exercises do not threaten anyone. They are aimed at ensuring our safety. And we believe that this is the right tool to stabilize the situation not only in Asia, but also around the world. Strange regions have nothing to fear here. I want to emphasize once again that our cooperation with China in general and in the military technical field is aimed at strengthening our security and is not directed against third countries. As for Japan, our bilateral relations with Japan, I can also repeat what I have said with your colleagues. We have not worsened relations with Japan. What have we done wrong in Japan there lately? We were negotiating, trying to find an answer to a very difficult question on a peace treaty. By the way, there were questions about possible compromises based on the declaration of 1956 year. We even ratified it in the Soviet Union. The Japanese side then refused to do this. Nevertheless, at the request of the Japanese side, we returned to this declaration and resumed the dialogue. Yes, it's not easy, but on the whole, we heard the partners, thought about how and what to build on the basis of this declaration of the 56th year. Then suddenly Japan took and led sanctions against us. And she also put Russia on the list of threats, somewhere in some third or fourth place. What kind of threat? What are we threatening Japan with? Did you impose sanctions? What have we done wrong to you? Why did you do that? Because we got a team from Washington, but somehow we would have told them, hello, guys, well, we'll think about it. Well, without offending your partner, ally there. It was necessary to execute the order immediately, without question. Why did you do that? I don't understand. Well, thank God, there are still smart people in Japan. They continue to cooperate, especially in the field of energy. They do not leave our companies and so on. And he sees that everything is reliable, despite the fact that Japan has led some sanctions. We are not doing anything in response. As Japanese companies work with us, so they work. If they want it to work, let them continue. We are now seeing some signals, even from American companies coming, that they want to return to our market. Let them come back. Well, of course, in the new conditions, with losses, of course, but this is not the idea that they are to blame. We are ready to build relations with Japan for the next 5 years, and for the next 50. Japan is our natural partner because it is a neighbor. There were different periods in the history of our relations. There were tragic pages. There were those that we can be proud of. Us. They love Japan, and they love Japanese culture. They love Japanese cuisine. We didn't destroy anything. Draw conclusions for yourself, and we will not fool around here, fool around there, push off, blame you for something. We're ready, please. Just come back and that's it. That's all, there's nothing to add. Vladimir Vladimirovich, and our strategic cooperation with the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is also aimed at strengthening our security, as with China. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea has a treaty that we signed with other countries, and it was the Soviet Union. Then it just naturally rolled into existence. We essentially returned to it, that's all. There is no novelty there. That's who said what, everything that happened, almost everything that was spelled out in the treaty. Between the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and the Soviet Union, everything is simple with some new nuances reproduced in the new contract. Yes, of course, this is aimed at ensuring security in the region and our mutual security. Will we conduct exercises with them? Let's see if we can conduct exercises. Why not? There is also Article 4, which speaks of mutual assistance in the event of aggression by another state. Everything is there and, I repeat once again, there is practically no novelty compared to the treaty, which has simply expired since the Soviet Union. Thank you. Arvind Gupta, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your speech, and thank you for the interaction. My question was about relations between Russia and India. You have met with Prime Minister Modi several times over the past few months. Prime Minister Modi mentioned to you at some point in time that this shouldn't be a horror era. What would you say about this statement? If you could also tell us about the concept of Eurasian security, what role do you foresee for India? The third question. In the changed geopolitical circumstances, you also mentioned the importance of civilizations, the values of civilizations, that Russia is a state civilization, India as well. What are the areas, in what new areas, where India and Russia could work together with? Thank you.
India has been our natural partner and ally for decades. I think everyone is well aware of the role played by the Soviet Union and Russia in India's independence, and how we have supported the Indian people for decades. And during this time, we have developed relations with the Indian people that are unique in their quality and level of trust. I'll say it bluntly in this context. And as far as we understand, and as far as we feel from our Indian friends, there is such a nationwide consensus on the development of relations with Russia, with our country. And on this basis, we are developing relations with India in all directions. This also applies to the economy. It is developing at a good pace, and also in different directions. This is, let's say, energy. By the way, we are ready, in addition to oil supplies to the Indian market have increased many times. This concerns the possibility of supplying liquefied natural gas. We are actively working in the field of nuclear energy, and are building nuclear power plants in India. We have great respect for the idea of Prime Minister Modi, for his idea of doing business in India, for his call for business in India, and we are ready to invest, say, in the same field of energy. One of the largest foreign investments, $20 billion, is a Russian investment. And we are ready to continue developing it in the same way. Now, of course, we have to think about new technologies, and we are thinking about it, and will act in this regard. At the last meeting, Mr. Prime Minister drew attention to the fact that there is an urgent need for Indian agricultural producers to increase the quantity and volume of fertilizer supplies. We have done this and are ready to increase it, keeping in mind the needs of Indian agriculture. There are other areas, there are many of them. India is a great country, the largest now in terms of population, 1.5 billion people, plus 10 million annually. It is developing rapidly. It is the leader in terms of economic growth among major economies. How much is there? 7 and 4, in my opinion, 0.1% of GDP growth per year. And India is just one of those countries whose development rates will develop at a faster pace. than even the well-developing economy of today. Therefore, our vision of what, how and where, in what areas, and at what pace our relations should develop, it is based on the realities of today. And the reality is that the volume of our cooperation is increasing at times. The trade turnover is not as large as with China, but still almost $60 billion is 50 at something else. And it increases annually. And this year, for the first 9 months of this year, this trend has continued. As for the solution of acute crises, we have great respect and gratitude for the ideas of the Indian leadership and, first of all, the Prime Minister, who expresses his concern about, say, the conflict, including in the Ukrainian direction, and offers his ideas for a settlement. Of course, this is in our field of vision, and we are, without any doubt, not only grateful to the Prime Minister for his attention to these problems, but also for his proposals, and for what and how he is doing in this regard. But in general, I think that relations with India have been developing at a high pace, and we have every reason to believe that on the basis of what has been achieved so far, we will move even faster than today. But, by the way, this is traditionally well known to everyone. Relations are also developing in the security and military technical fields. Look at how many Russian vehicles are in service with the Indian Army. We are developing here really with a certain level, a high level of trust together is not easy. We do not just sell our weapons to India. We are developing together. The BrahMos system is well known. We have made it practically used in 3 areas: in the air, heated, and on land. And these developments continue in the interests of ensuring India's security. This is well known to everyone. It does not cause anyone absolutely any questions or any irritation. But it indicates a high level of our trust and cooperation. This is what we will do in the near historical perspective, and hopefully in the future. So, I saw a hand there. Can I stay here a little bit? That we already have so slowly. Is midnight coming? Yes. And Herman is still not there? Yes. Well, please. Well, come on. Choose. There's a hand right there at the very end of this sector. I really can't see who is lifting it, but I can see the hand. A girl. Here it is. Yes, closest to you. No. Here's a hand. Raise it. On the other hand. Here you live. Yes.
I represent Sweden, a country that, as you know, there are different options for how to remain a friend and brother of Russia. For reasons that we cannot avoid, they are: they are part of our deep cultural identity. I want to ask a question. 40 years ago, and there was capitalism in Europe, and the Soviet system collapsed. Over the 40 years that have passed since then, we have seen an increase in economic crises, wars, environmental problems, and many other problems. It seems to me that the time has not come for us to focus on a planned economy at the national, regional, and international levels. I don't mean the mistakes of the past, a kind of military socialism. I mean a system like the one you described, a combination of a market and a planned economy, like the one you are trying to apply in your country in those. During the NEP, after the revolution. Maybe we should introduce some elements of socialism. As you have already said, you spoke about the revolution at the beginning of your speech. Thank you.
You know, the more acute the crisis, the more plan. Yes, because the more state intervention is required to resolve the problems that arise. But the more wealth and accumulated resources there are, the louder are the proposals to move to exclusively market regulation. Here come, well, conditionally, liberals and Democrats start spending everything that was accumulated by the conservatives. Then some time passes, overproduction crises arise again, conditionally, or crises related to this. And everything repeats an infinite number of times, everything returns to normal. It is the sovereign choice of each state how to build its economic policy. China has found these opportunities. Do you know why it succeeded? Not least of all because China is a sovereign state. And many of today's economies, for a variety of reasons, because of their obligations within the framework of economic unions, military political unions, voluntarily gave up part of their sovereignty and are unable to make decisions, either in the field of economics or in the field of ensuring their security.
И не в состоянии принимать решения ни в области экономики, ни в области обеспечения своей безопасности.
I'm not calling anyone to anything right now, I'm just answering your question. Probably, at some point, the presence of the drachma there, the presence of a national currency, would be advisable, because it is possible, at least with the help of inflation, but somehow regulate social processes and get rid of social tension. Not to shift everything onto the shoulders of the population, all the difficulties associated with the development of the economy. But at the time, Greece made other decisions, subordinated itself to regulation with the help of the single currency, and economic decisions in Brussels. It's not our business, it's the sovereign choice of the Greek state. It is difficult for me to say what to do now in these conditions. But as some of my friends and colleagues from the European Union have told me, there are still such, by the way, more decisions binding on the EU member states are made in Brussels than were made by the Supreme Soviet of the USSR when the Soviet Union existed. There are pros and cons, but it's not our business anymore. I tried to answer your question. I don't know, or I don't know if this is enough. Well, that's how I think about it, yes. Yes, well, please here. Yes, please. They'll give you a microphone now.
Many thanks to Vladimir Vladimirovich, especially since I am still the first woman to participate in today's discussion. I want to say that quite recently, since the 23rd year, the African agenda has become the Valdai agenda. And this is very important, because what is being discussed at Valdai is important not only for intellectuals and experts, but for our entire country. And it is very symbolic that one day after the completion of our work, the first ministerial conference of Russia-Africa will also begin in Sochi. You said at the BRICS press conference that Africa, together with Southeast Asia, is the new center of global growth. Today you repeated this idea. It is clear that there is a lot of competition for the sympathy of the African population today. The attitude towards Russia is excellent, despite the fact that in the 90s, it is believed that Russia left Africa. When you cross the border, they ask you, where are you from? And you say, I'm from Russia. They say, oh, Russia Putin. But this is really the case almost all over Africa. And this is due, in my opinion, to the fact that Russia, unlike the West, which plundered peoples for its own well-being, provided Africans with not only political, but also economic sovereignty, stood at the foundations of the creation of the African economy, the development of humanitarian space, and so on. But in conditions of fierce competition, China, India, and the old players and even Turkey, the Gulf countries, Iran, Russia needs to find its niche, where it will be the best for Africans. We, as experts, are also putting forward our proposals, which should be paid attention to. But you have held dozens of talks with African leaders, and with some more than once. Was there any one promising direction in these negotiations that all African leaders would talk about? Thank you.
You know, after all, the African continent is huge, and the level of economic development, the level of security is very different. I agree with you that we have no contradictions with almost any African country. And the level of trust and mutual sympathy is very high. First of all, because there has never been any shadow in the history of our relations with the African continent. We have never exploited African peoples. We have never engaged in anything dehumanizing on the African continent. On the contrary, we have always supported Africa, Africans, and their struggle for their independence, for sovereignty, for creating some basic conditions for economic development. But now, of course, in modern conditions, it is necessary to work in a new way. It is practically very important for everyone, if there is something in common, to create favorable conditions for development in the field of security. Because these neo-colonial instruments, they have been preserved in the economy by Western countries, but also in the security sphere. And all this combined gave certain advantages and the opportunity to use these neo-colonial tools. But people are already tired of this, especially since they do not see a big return from this. As I have already said, I can only repeat at our meetings, at summits and at bilateral meetings. Africans never just beg for anything. They do not stand with their hand outstretched. Firstly, they are developing rapidly. Secondly, they feel that they have resources and opportunities. And thirdly, they ask only one thing, to establish a natural, mutually beneficial cooperation. And we are also striving for this. But, of course, we cannot do this at the state level, the way it was done in the Soviet Union. We try to create conditions for the work of our leading companies. Moreover, the investment potential of our companies is very high. It is really very high. We are talking about the possibility of investing hundreds of millions of dollars. I am not exaggerating, but right now we are, say, building a nuclear power plant in Egypt. But we are investing almost $20 billion there. Just for a minute. But we are also ready to work in other countries and in other areas. But, of course, it is very difficult to work in the economic sphere, if not. The conditions for ensuring security are not created. After all, let's say, in the Sahel zone, the Sahara Sahel, it is still tormented by various people. Various semi-terrorist or terrorist groups, internal political instability in one country or another. And almost everyone turns to us to help them in this area. We are happy to help them within the framework of international law. At the same time, we are not trying to squeeze anyone out of there. You see, sometimes some Europeans take offense at us. Here you create conditions, they squeeze us out. Yes, we have nothing to do with it. They just don't want to see you there already. That's the whole point. And in order not to create a vacuum in the security sphere, they are asking us to fill this vacuum. We are trying to do it, but quite carefully, but still as efficiently as required to solve this problem. Yes, there is a lot to be done, and first of all, in the economic sphere. We will try it. Work in this direction. But such meetings as there will be tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, a ministerial meeting, such meetings are designed to create favorable conditions for this. But the training of personnel continues, it is still going on. Training, moreover, of personnel in both the civilian and military spheres. Specialists are trained in our military educational institutions, being a specialist of the armed forces of these states. And in the field of training personnel in the law enforcement field, the same thing. In general, we will work in all directions. In the field of culture, we have huge interests in Russia, in the culture of the peoples of Africa. And I must say that this is a mutual interest, of course. We will work hard, responsibly, systematically in this direction. Okay, let's move here. Please give the microphone to someone you like. Well done. Who did you like?
I'm happy to be the second woman.
I am very pleased that I am the second woman to ask you a question, Mr. President. I represent the Chinese International Dialogue Club. If we make this assumption, we will go back 2 years ago, most likely February 2022 year. What would you have said to the Chinese leader on the Taiwan issue at that moment? And if we look at what the world will look like, say, for the next 25 years, in the 49th year. How, from your point of view, will a multilateral, multipolar world look like? Are there any powerful forces that support such a world? Should any one country come out in support of such a world? I'll start with what you ended up with. I would like the world to be balanced, and the interests of all participants in international communication to be taken into account as much as possible in the emerging multipolar system, so that a system is created that takes into account each other's interests, and a mechanism for finding compromises is created. I hope that we will be able to create such a system. In any case, it is necessary to strive for this. Who wants this? If there are such forces that strive for this, of course. It's like, first of all, it's the BRICS participants. We have just talked about this and talked about it at the summit in Kazan. But this, excuse me, is not a little. Your native country is the People's Republic of China, this is India, this is South Africa, this is Brazil, the largest country in Latin America, Russia, which is represented by your humble servant today. But the entire Russian people, I assure you, are set up for such peaceful development of the situation in the world, creating conditions for prosperity all participants of international communication. So I don't know, it's impossible to predict, but we need to strive for this. So, come on, here you are. Yes, so, stand up, please. Please. Please, please. Vladimir Vladimirovich, thank you for a very interesting speech, answers to questions. You have already said that sometimes it is difficult to talk about means, including military means. That's what I have a question about. I have a question about that. Russia has traditionally criticized the use of military force to resolve complex international situations. But in the 22nd year, Russia itself resorted to force. You explain very convincingly why it was necessary and why Russia has the right to use military force in this case. But it is impossible for others not to recognize the right to which you appeal yourself. And specifically, if you ask about the Middle East, who in this region does Russia recognize the right to use military force, and whose military actions are considered illegal in the current conditions of the crisis that is developing? And another clarifying question in this regard, almost as technical, within what borders does Russia recognize Israel? Because when it comes to aggression, self-defense, appeals to this basic right, the question of borders certainly arises. Thank you. This is not a difficult question. The situation is complicated, the question is not complicated, and I will try to formulate it in two parts at once. Russia considers it necessary to implement all the decisions of the Security Council and the United Nations General Assembly on Israel and Palestine. This is not an opportunistic policy, she is. This position has been traditional since the Soviet Union, and Russia has continued this line. So if all the decisions of the Security Council and the General Assembly on the creation of two independent sovereign states are implemented, this, in my opinion, will be the basis for solving the crisis, no matter how severe and acute it may seem today. That's it. Vladimir Vladimirovich, I can't help but ask, since we are talking about borders, and what borders do we recognize Ukraine in? You know, we have always recognized the border of Ukraine within the framework of our agreements after the collapse of the Soviet Union. But I draw your attention to the fact that it is written in the Declaration of Independence of Ukraine, and Russia supported it. It means that Ukraine is a neutral state. But then, on this basis, we also recognized borders. But later, as you know, the Ukrainian leadership amended the Basic Law and announced its desire to join the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and we did not agree on that. This is the first thing. And secondly, we never support any coup d'etat anywhere, nor do we support it in Ukraine. We understand and support the people who did not agree with this coup, and we recognize their right to defend their interests. I have had many discussions with the UN Secretary General, and I have no secret here. I think he won't be angry with me either. He supports those who say that it means that we have violated the norms and principles of international law, the UN Charter, that we have started hostilities in Ukraine. As I have already said, I will use your question, please. I will repeat once again the logic of our actions. Look, if, in accordance with Article 1 of my UN Charter, every nation has the right to self-determination, then, both people who live in Crimea and people who live in the southeast of Ukraine, who did not agree with the coup, and this is an illegal, unconstitutional act, have the right to self-determination. Right? Thus, the International Court of Justice of the United Nations, in relation to Kosovo, made a decision referring to analyzing the situation around Kosovo. I decided that some territory, declaring its independence, is not obliged to ask the opinion and permission of the central authorities of the country in which this territory is currently included at the time of decision-making. Of course, it is, because this is a decision of the International Court of Justice of the United Nations. And these territories, including Novorossiya and Donbass, had the right to decide on their sovereignty. Right? Well, of course it is. This fully complies with today's international law and the UN Charter. If this is the case, then we had the right to conclude relevant interstate agreements with these new states. Right. Well, of course it is. Did we do it? They did. These agreements include provisions for mutual assistance. We have ratified them and assumed certain obligations. And then these newly formed states appealed to us for help within the framework of these treaties. We had the opportunity and were obliged to do it, which we did, trying to stop the hostilities launched by the Kiev regime in the 2014 year. We have not started any intervention or aggression, but we are trying to stop it. So the Secretary General listened to all this, nodded silently and said, well, yes, but you attacked anyway. I'm not kidding. That's right, word. But there is no rational answer. Where is the error in this chain? What did I say wrong? Where have we violated international law and Eustafon? Yes, there are no such violations anywhere. And if this is so, then the border of Ukraine should pass in accordance with the decisions, with the sovereign decisions of people who live in certain territories, and which we call our historical territories. It all depends on the dynamics of the events taking place. Vladimir Vladimirovich, if you go back to the first link of your chain, yes, is it possible to understand that when there is neutrality, then we will talk about borders? But if there is no neutrality, it is difficult to imagine the existence of any good neighborly relations between Russia and Ukraine. Why? Because it means that Ukraine will be constantly used as a tool in the wrong hands, and to the detriment of the interests of the Russian Federation. Thus, the basic conditions for normalization of relations will not be created, and the situation will develop according to an unpredictable scenario. We would really like to avoid this. On the contrary, we are determined to create conditions for a long-term settlement, and that Ukraine eventually becomes an independent sovereign state and is not an instrument in the hands of third countries, and would not be used in their interests. Look at what is happening now, let's say, on the line of contact, or, let's say, in the Kursk region. So they came to the Kursk region. The losses are enormous. In more than 3 months of fighting, the losses are greater than in the whole of last year, for the Kiev regime, more than 30,000. But we lost fewer tanks, now about 200, and last year, for the whole year, we lost 240, in my opinion. But there are simply fewer tanks than others, and so there are fewer losses, less use. And why are they sitting there, bearing such losses? Yes, because it was ordered from the ocean at any cost, to hold on at least until the elections, in order to show that all the efforts of the democratic administration, the administration of the Democratic Party, in the Kiev direction, in the Ukrainian direction, were not in vain. Hold on by all means at all costs. That's the price. A terrible tragedy, I think, both for the Ukrainian people and for the Ukrainian army. And the decisions are not dictated by non-military considerations, to be honest, political considerations. Right now, in some areas in the Kupiansk direction, I don't know if the military said it or not yet. Yes, for me. Well, there are two pockets of blocking. In one hearth, there is practically an encirclement. Their Ukrainian troops are pressed against the reservoir. Somewhere about 10,000 groups are blocked. In another Podkupiansky, there are about 5,000. He is already surrounded. And they are trying to build pontoon crossings in order to partially hide, at least our artillery instantly destroys them, to the direction in the area of responsibility of our group center. There are already 2 or 3 blocking sites there, too. To for sure, probably there will be a third soon. This is what all the Ukrainian military see, and the decision is made at the political level. It is not in the interests of the Ukrainian state, and even more so in the interests of the Ukrainian people. If this continues indefinitely, then, of course, it will not lead to the creation of favorable conditions for the restoration of peace, tranquility, and cooperation between neighboring states for a long historical perspective. And this is what we should strive for. This is what Russia is striving for. That is why we say, we are ready for peace talks, but not on the basis of some wish list, the names of which change from month to month, but on the basis of the realities that are taking shape, and on the basis of the agreements that were reached in Istanbul on the basis, but based on the realities of today. But only it should not be about a truce for half an hour or for 6 months in order for the shells to be rolled up to them, and in order to create favorable conditions for the restoration of relations, future cooperation in the interests of the two peoples, which are certainly fraternal. No matter how complicated it is by the rhetoric of today's tragic events in relations between Russia and Ukraine. Therefore, here is our position. It is clear, we will act in this direction. We will move in this direction. Vladimir Vladimirovich, we have 23 hours and 18 minutes now. Tie it up, as they say. Let's have another blitz, a few questions, and wrap it up. Please, please. So, come on. Here's Algeria. Kareev, Algeria. Mr. President, in light of the monstrous genocide that is currently unfolding in Palestine, would Russia support, would it help the international community to resupport the initiative to criminalize Zionism? There was such an initiative at the UN in the 80s to declare Zionism criminal. And secondly, Mr. President, you talked about the Olympic Games, you talked about female boxers. I think we are talking about an Algerian boxer. It's a woman. Her father says she is a woman. We have a very conservative society, and nothing like this could happen in our country. Thank you. You know, if she's a woman, before the era of health and new sports achievements, then I wasn't talking about her. I was talking about the fact that it is impossible for someone to declare himself a woman and go out with women to compete. Although, I'm sorry, although the external sexual characteristics tell a different story. But some sports theorists believe that external sexual characteristics have nothing to do with it. That's how a man declared himself a woman, and go ahead. So you can get to anything in this way, you know. This is the first one. The second is about Zionism. I understand. I have talked about this many times. I have said that any actions, they must be commensurate with the threat. And what is happening on the other side? We certainly condemn any manifestations of terrorism. The attack on Israel is a manifestation. But on the 7th of October it happened. But, of course, the answer must be proportionate. You know, now we need to strive to minimize, to zero, the suffering of the Palestinian people. It is necessary to stop fighting there immediately. Everything must be done to ensure that both Israel and Palestine, in this case Hamas, agree on this. You can escalate, blame, condemn as much as you like, but now the most important thing is to stop fighting immediately. Israel is fighting there, right? And, it would seem, there is no place to fight there, but the fighting continues. The armed formations of the same Hamas, they are fighting. Well, how long can it last? Or here in the south of Lebanon, 63,000, in my opinion, the grouping, according to our ideas, is worth it. Troops have entered the southern part of Lebanon, but the main group is on the border. But you can't bring it to a tragedy there either. We need to look for ways to find mutually acceptable solutions. Question: do they exist at all? Is it possible? I think that yes, it is possible, as strange as it may seem. And we even have our own thoughts on this. We are even trying to talk to all the participants in this conflict, trying to find out what could be acceptable for everyone. And in general, there may be a light at the end of the tunnel. It seems to me that this is what we all need to think about now. I suppose it's possible, as it doesn't seem, well, naive, maybe, but it's possible. We are in constant contact with literally everyone, but if not every day, then every week. So let's try to follow this path. And I am very afraid to destroy at least something of the efforts that we are making now. We are not alone. We also have a common desire with some of our, well, let's say, partners on contact on this issue. And here, it seems to me that I am speaking sincerely. That is, it does not seem that I am speaking sincerely. But it seems that we are moving in the right direction here. I have a feeling that today almost all the participants involved in this difficult process are already very involved. They all no longer want, at least do not want further development towards confrontation, but on the contrary. They are also thinking about how to reach some kind of agreements. Let's think about it now, okay? Vladimir Vladimirovich. And we are working on it. Strange as it may seem, we ourselves have conflicts with Ukraine. But since many participants in the conflict also turn to us with these ideas, with proposals, and we are in natural contact with everyone, we are also trying to somehow make our own, so to speak, carefully and modestly, feasible on this track contribution to solving these problems. You used to have a very good personal relationship with a Medomer. They have been preserved. I'm trying not to spoil anything, just to improve everything, but today's conditions are very peculiar, whatever you say. They leave their mark on everything, including our relationship. I had a good relationship with Macron, which is bad. I also talked to Schultz, but at some point, they decided that this was not necessary. Well, it's not necessary, so it's not necessary, I've already said. Trump and I had a normal relationship. I don't know, now he doesn't want to talk. I was on normal terms with Biden too. We met with him in Switzerland, talked on the phone, joked, laughed. So, here's Saudi Arabia. I am glad to see you, Mr. President. He hears your speech in this hall, no matter how he did not remember it, your speech at the Munich conference. In 2007 year. Indeed, the world order has ceased to be unipolar. Now there are three great powers, the United States, Russia, and China. Apparently, these countries will compete with each other. A hot war between them is unlikely, because each of them has weapons of mass destruction. But the West has already begun to carry out trade wars and sanctions. And this one can escalate into financial wars. So my question is, Mr. President, Russia is ready for such a development, an event, especially if these wars are long-term. And either, in your opinion, the world order, it has another development option. Thank you. Well, first of all, inequality. India should certainly be included among the great powers. 1.5 billion people. The largest rates of economic growth among major economies. The culture is so ancient and so on. And perspective. A very good growth prospect. Well, there are other rapidly developing countries that will certainly be among the states that have a great influence on current politics, on world development, and on the future of humanity. Look at what's going on with Indonesia. 300 million, and in some African countries. Saudi Arabia, by the way, plays a very important role in the global energy sector. That alone is enough. One move, one word from the Crown Prince is enough to influence the global energy markets. The impact is enormous. As for the countries you mentioned the rivalry between them. But you know, healthy competition is always good. It has never harmed anyone. I say this without any irony, really. It simply brings to life the inner forces of one side or the other, helps its development. Monopoly is bad. Well, they say across the ocean that there is only one good case. When a monopoly is good, it has its own. But it's a joke, because in fact it's bad. It undermines the internal foundations, the internal growth energy of those who sit on this monopoly. That's why there's nothing so special here. The main thing is that this competition, of course, does not escalate, does not develop into some kind of aggression. But on the one hand in relation to the other. The main thing is that the rules worked out and agreed upon between all participants in international communication, agreed upon, and not invented by someone for their own sake and in their own interests, so that they are respected. So that these restrictions of sanctions, which we call illegitimate, are not accepted and are not used as a tool of competition. Why do I say illegitimate? Because they contradict the current international norms, toe norms there, and so on. Therefore, they are illegitimate. The aliens here are legitimate, but this is an obvious thing. But they are politicized, and then used in a competitive struggle. The imposition of sanctions against Russia or the imposition of sanctions against China. Often it goes to the detriment of those who apply it. The United States and China have a huge amount of economic cooperation. They applied sanctions against China. Then what? And maybe they did something to their own detriment. Here in Europe, for example, they restrict Chinese goods and impose some restrictions there. And what was Europe sitting on? The Europeans themselves recognized two main advantages: relatively cheap energy resources from Russia and cheap consumer goods from China. So what's going to happen now? It won't cover. They voluntarily took our energy resources, which are relatively cheap, I repeat. But here we see on the verge of recession, everything is balancing there. And now they will give up quite cheap Chinese goods. What will happen? There will be inflation. The same thing will happen in the States. There are enough problems there, enough problems. Triple deficit, 34 billion debt, foreign trade deficit, budget-related deficit. Budget deficit. How much do they have there? 6% or something. With all the restrictions they are trying to impose on us, we have a deficit of 2. About 2%. Less than 2%. And there are 6. They undermine their own ways of developing the Development Institute. They undermine the Development Institute themselves. Therefore, healthy competition. Yes, it is natural, and it is possible that the use of illegal tools as a competitive struggle is bad and will harm, first of all, those who use them. I hope that this realization will come at such a sound, good political level, and we will be able to agree on everything. And how to do it, I talked with my performance. Let's finish up. Vladimir. Let's finish, but you're me? I am a philologist harmonist by diploma. You have excited me terribly. A philologist harmonist. In the beginning, yes, I am the harmonica player. But were we a harmonica player too? No, I'm a lawyer. You really excited me by saying that you forget the German language. I don't apply it to him. It's like using a musical instrument every day. Here. Vocabulary. Can I give the floor? He is our main representative of the German language. Who? Roger Keppel of Switzerland, please. 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 But this is my daughter. Well, yes, he can and ho too.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lukyanov, Mr. President. It was a really outstanding evening. I have never seen a leader of your scale who has been communicating with everyone for so long, so late, and for so long. I congratulate you. Amazing. Nevertheless, I want to question your term collective West. I may be part of the collective West, but I am his. I don't consider myself a part of any collective. I don't see a collective West, but I see a group of politicians with a growing number of problems. We see a government that is on its last legs. We see a leadership crisis. The summits that were held in Vienna with former Chancellor Schroeder and Prime Minister Orban. Mr. Schroeder was the last guardian of Europe's strategic autonomy, as you yourself know. It was interesting, because I saw that there was a significant interest in such events. It seemed to me that there are tectonic shifts in Europe, the landscape is changing, and here I will allow you to criticize you. With great power comes great responsibility, and it seems to me that you refuse to communicate with the wider public in Western Europe, throughout Europe, the German-speaking part of Europe. Because you as a person, as a president, as a politician representing your country, you are extremely important. This is an extremely important topic in politics. If you communicated, if you encouraged these people, it would have an impact without interfering in the elections, but it would help lead to the changes that many people in Europe want. My question is, do you share this view, and would you be willing to give interviews to independent journalists? I will not name specific names, of course.
A journalist. You know I am. You remembered about Mr. Schroeder. I had a very good personal relationship with him and still have. He is an amazing person for the modern European political class. I say this without any irony, without any exaggeration. Amazing why? Because he has his own opinion, and he freely formulates it. That's when relations with Russia began to deteriorate. He was not afraid to formulate these positions, to state them publicly. Look here, but what? He began to be accused of all mortal sins. I just tried not to interfere in any way, not to comment on anything. What was he doing? Is that what we did to him? We built the Nord Stream. Gas was supplied to Europe. What's wrong with that? Right now, there is no Russian gas in Germany, and the consequences are severe. Not only because of this, but also because of this. And now we don't see anything right now. The thing is the struggle for climate. But, of course, noble. Is this to alarm us all? Yes, some are scared. But to frighten them on purpose, so that they can then drag through solutions that are not feasible. But this is not fair to the voters. Well, it's not fair just. The green agenda is good. Yes, it is good. We need a new technology tool we need. And is it possible to live in an economy like Germany on exclusively new green technologies? But it is impossible to reduce the volume of the economy then. Or return to coal-fired generation, as is now happening in many European countries, including the Federal Republic. Under pressure, they swayed public opinion, frightened people, took away nuclear generation, then coal, then gas is not needed. Then they changed their minds somewhat. We started supplying gas there through various channels. That's what Schroeder did. He did this not in the interests of the Russian Federation, not because he created conditions for us to sell and get some economic benefits. He did this solely in the interests of the German people and fought there to ensure that the best conditions were for these supplies and the creation of these infrastructure opportunities. And judging by what happens in the German economy after these opportunities are lost, the result of his work was very good. Now we see there is no such thing, but here is the result. But he did it. He made decisions that were completely unpopular from the point of view of domestic economic policy, risked his political career, and did it deliberately. It was just necessary to make decisions that were not very popular in the field of reducing social spending and so on. But from an economic point of view, it was absolutely necessary. He knew that this would entail unfavorable political consequences for him, but he went for it anyway. You know, he is a man who makes decisions not in his own interests, but in the interests of Germany. But he also built relations in foreign policy. Let's recall the events in Iraq. He was against the American intervention there. He spoke directly about this publicly in the same way as Sharak. Well, what caused, of course, was not the displeasure of those who thought otherwise, and those who commanded their firm overseas. Well, in the end, and it turned out, then, not the lot. He is still a decent person and consistent. There are few of them. There are such people in Europe, but there are very few of them. You can count them on your fingers. One hand will be enough. So, well, you know, I think it's going to happen in Europe anyway. Because, well, people see what happens in real life. The gap is growing between the so-called ruling elites, who, for various reasons, are forced, let's say, even forced, to focus on other people's interests and the bulk of the population. We see it, and the growth of nationally oriented political forces is growing and will continue to grow. So, about the fact that I, as you said, shy away from communicating with a wide audience in Europe. Well, you know, I think it is incorrect to address directly to the population of those countries whose leadership anathematizes us, and does not want to listen to anything, does not want to listen to any arguments. But you can. We have relevant structures working there. They are also being clamped down, despite the declared freedom of speech. Our journalists are not allowed to work there anywhere, either in Europe or in the States. They close everything, come up with a lot of difficulties. Ask Margarita, she will tell you how they are treated, and their journalists. And we have only one point of support. There is nothing from Russia from there. We do not have an extensive system, not like the Anglo-Saxons, the world's media. We don't have them. But they are trying to close this, and they are afraid of this. Please, I open up as much as possible. You know, I met Tucker Carlson there. From time to time, contacts occur with Western journalists. Please, just go straight there. What an unhealthy reaction. At any word, the stream of consciousness begins. He is the current and elected president. Do you remember how he was accused of having ties with Russia there? Then they held congressional hearings, and a commission was created to investigate his connection with Russia. There's nothing. So there was nothing. Therefore, there is nothing has been proved, there is nothing. And all the same, with unimaginable energy, which could have been put to better use. Until the last moment, almost used this imaginary ties with Russia. That's bullshit. I don't want to create problems for anyone, so this is the third and fourth. You know, all the processes that take place in one country or another, they must take place inside the country. And so it will happen. Here. And these nationally oriented political forces, they will grow not because I say something to our like-minded people in Europe, but there are many of them. And there are many like-minded people in the States, but because it is dictated by the laws of the internal development of society. This is the most solid foundation for future changes. They will be for sure. Vladimir Vladimirovich, the last one. Here in the Western ones. Well, we'll finish it somehow. There is always one thought in Western commentaries. Recently again, I met him yesterday or something. There are thoughts, it's already good. Already there, yes. It's a very good idea. A thought, by the way, from those who seem to be, well, kind of positive. So they write that, well, with Putin, of course, nothing is possible, but Putin will leave sooner or later. But then it will be necessary to adjust it with Russia, integrate it back, because it will return to its former path. She will return to her former path. So Russia is going its own way. I hope that it will not turn away from the path of following its national interests. It, of course, needs to be integrated. And we have never refused this, but I would not like Russia to return to the path that it followed until 2022 year, as I already said in my speech. And it was a path that was associated with such a hidden, veiled intervention against our country, aimed at subordinating it. So to their own interests of some other countries that believed that they had the right to do so.
Интервенции в отношении нашей страны, направленные на подчинение ее, так, своим интересам каких-то других стран, которые считали, что они имеют на это право.
Russia cannot exist in such a subordinate or semi-subordinate state. And it seems to me that our people are the simplest people. Ordinary citizens realized this. When they realized what our geopolitical opponents were trying to do to us. You know I am. That's the whole logic of the events taking place, because what does it show? Did people understand what was going on? They understood what they were trying to do to us, no matter how beautiful it looked, and, as if for patronage. Patronizingly patted on the shoulder. And this is precisely why such an unusual, I would even say, consolidation of Russian society is connected. It is with an understanding of what the cardinal strategic interests of the country are in strengthening independence, sovereignty. During our presidential election campaign, I remember, there was especially no time to follow everything, but I watched, turned on the TV. A foreign correspondent of some kind, by the way, a foreign one, I don't remember which one, approached a man on the street in the Belgorod region, in Belgorod. You can probably find this episode in the archives. And he asks, and where? He says, to the polling station. But it's dangerous. Drones can fly in, it's where you can get hurt. Why are you going? Why aren't you afraid? The answer was very short. This is the same man, so middle-aged. He turned to him, looked so sternly, and said, I'm Russian. And he went. And so a representative of any ethnic group of the Russian Federation today, and from the Volga region could answer. I don't want to name anyone specifically right now, because I can't list them all. We have 190 ethnic groups. From the north of the Russian Federation, from the North Caucasus, from everywhere. Because today's events have led to the highest consolidation of Russian society, and to an understanding of what sovereignty is for our country. This is one of the key, vital foundations of Russia's development and its existence in the future. Thank you, Vladimirovich. Thank you. Thank you very much to you and our presenter. Thank you.